Hello, how are we doing today? We're going to be heading into the action for this Series 8 here in the South American region. Obviously, I'm Zola, joined by the wonderful CMD for today's games. And look, I'm excited, Charlie, but before we kind of dive deep here, thoughts and feelings about today's matches?
I mean, look, we're still super early in the Swiss stage, really, aren't we? We've got to see a lot of these teams play, and we've got to see a bit of an idea in terms of where they're sitting and where they're looking. A couple of surprises, I would say. But all in all, I think we've seen a good part from a number of teams to already get a little bit of an idea in where things are looking. But obviously, Fred, as you did just see from today's matches, we've had one forfeit, sadly, to kick things off. But we got 3 more bangers coming up, don't we? Have there been any major teams you're looking at as like a bit of a... That's an interesting one. I think obviously Nitro, sadly, having 2 forfeits is a bit of a disappointment for them. But anything else you're looking at? Maybe being impressed with a team, perhaps?
I think so far, I think actually the Swiss stage has kind of gone as it kind of should. I think you look at the teams on the left-hand side, I think the majority of those teams have been the sides where you go, okay, well, they've looked impressive in the past, they've definitely made arguments. Obviously, Elevate, I guess it's, I don't want to say it's a bit of an unknown roster, because obviously we know the players there, but it's a newly formed one, and that's why they're kind of, their rankings far lower than other teams might see. But look, I think the rest of the games kind of have gone as expected. Obviously, though, I was actually quite impressed with 2070 yesterday. Me and Ovis got to watch that game, and although they lost, they kind of took it the distance. They looked very competitive on map 1, and they were showing positive signs. It just seemed like that Trouble to VSM side were just a little bit better. They just looked a little bit hotter when it comes to map 2 and map 3. But obviously, we've got plenty more games this evening. You've already touched upon the fact that there has already been a forfeit loss for Nitro. Flora Star is going to be going 1-on-1. Quite fortunate for them, I think. Obviously, when you get drawn against a team like Nitro, a lot of the time you can be expecting a tough battle. But look, it's not the biggest problem. I'm not too sure what's happening with the Nitro thing, but you know, there's no point talking about that when we've got no information. But obviously, Charlie, the next game that we've got, it is that 2070 roster. They're going to be facing off against Velox, who, as an organisation and a side, have kind of made a name for themselves within this South American region. I think a lot of people, when you face a team like Velox, you know that there's going to be quality, you know that there's going to be great ability and synergy as well that you've got to face off against. But look, what are you thinking initially about this first match?
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one between both these sides. I mean, these are probably 2 of the teams, or at least in terms of org names alone, I've probably seen a little bit more of than certain others, especially Velox, which I've got to watch a decent amount over sort of the last 6 months or so. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, starting with Velox, I do think, look, you've had the core of their team for a long time now, that Johnny Boy, MBL, and Tutehen. We've seen these guys in action for a decent amount of time, but results have always been a bit of a mixed bag, haven't they? You can have some series where they put on a decent display, and some where it feels like they just sort of fall a bit short of the mark in terms of where we're hoping for them. But in terms of some of the newer faces that we are seeing, you've got ABM and Timo as well. I think it's going to be interesting to see these guys in action. I think these are going to be 2 players that I'm sort of looking at from the sidelines and thinking, okay, there's some young guys in Timo at least. I do believe they've got a substitute as well. But in terms of Timo, what we have seen in terms of games, still a very fresh talent in this South American scene. Only actually they got to see him play 1 HLTV game. This was with Velox as well. But a brilliant game despite the loss. So I'm honestly excited to see what this guy's all about a bit more, because we just don't have a lot of information on him.
Yeah, no, definitely a lot. Obviously, we've seen what Velox kind of provided in that Yawara game, and look, they got 30 node on map 1. So I think a lot of the time now for Velox, they're going to be looking at Inferno, they're going to be thinking, okay, well, we're going to steer clear of that. And obviously, we can talk about maps a little bit later on, but on the flip side, we've got 2070, and this is the same roster that we saw yesterday, and to be honest, I was quite impressed with many moments in that game. Swarmy's had an incredible performance on map number 1. I think he was 24 and 11 on Ancient. But it just seemed as though he slipped away, and then so did the game. So I think for Swarmies, if we can see that consistency that we saw in Ancient, I'd be very impressed, and I think there's certainly an opportunity for 2070 here. But look, I think the individuals for this side have looked really good. Obviously, we know synergy is going to be a bit of a difficulty here, as there hasn't been that much kind of game footage for these players as a 5. But I still think they can provide the goods, and look, they did it against a strong side like Troubled VSM on Ancient, so I'm sure we're going to see some intrigue and some kind of interesting Counter-Strike throughout. Anyone that you want to point out here?
I mean, I do think I mean, taking a bit of a different angle, I don't think we've seen facial hair as elegant as Roz's since Gratisfaction's been a player on everyone's radar. So I think that's something something to sort of point out in and give credit where it's due. Yeah, I mean, look, I haven't got to see 2070 in sort of this iteration in terms of what we're going to be seeing directly here. Like you said, though, we have seen some of the pieces. We do know sort of what they're about and most of the players on the team, but there is sort of a few new faces on the cards that I'm interested to see, because I have to say 2070 were pretty underwhelming with that sort of previous 5 that they had. It never felt like the right pieces were there. It felt like they could bring games close but never quite get them over the line, and that was the issue. It felt like a lot of the time for them. I'm hoping this is going to be a new look, and I'm hoping this is going to be the fresh start that it feels like this 2070 team are going to need. And I think, sure, it's not ideal, but when you're facing off against Velox, who we don't really know what's happening right now with Timo, whether he is going to be a permanent addition or is still a standard, as well as Max is, I believe, not going to be here for this game. So it's another substitution there. So there's a few sort of internal issues potentially on the other side of things. So this could potentially just be the game that 2017 need to get them a win on the board, get them a bit more confidence, and see if they can progress from there.
Yeah, obviously such a main factor for either team's success here will be the Veto, so we can kind of run through that. When it comes to this Veto stage and what we've seen from both these teams in the past, obviously not too much from Velox as of recent. They have opted for the Mirage ban, which is kind of understandable. We've seen this 2070 side play Mirage quite frequently. Obviously the Mirage game against Trouble VSM was pretty poor. No Inferno for 2070, which is quite interesting on the basis that their opponents clearly don't favour it that much either, so could have looked to float it. Interesting that we don't see the train pick there out of Velox. Do Velox forget that they won 13-4 against Yawara on train? Have they already forgotten that match? Because they looked pretty promising on train. 2070 haven't played it. I think train could have been a really nice punish pick here.
I mean, don't get me wrong, this is a really difficult Veto for us to sort of be able to break down to a decent degree. I mean, you look at the side of Velox, Fred, they've literally played one series this year, and that was in Series 8. And that was obviously that game versus Yawara. It feels like there has been a long gap since we've really been able to see this roster in action. So to be able to sort of try to put the puzzle pieces together and sort of guess or sort of judge in terms of what they're going to do is difficult, because there could be a ton of changes that they've made. They could potentially have reinvented their map pool during this time, but we do have Nuke as that decider. I do always feel like Nuke is a great map to watch for South American CS. It feels like a lot of these teams like to have it in their map selections, but like a lot of them like to play it, if not have it as that third map decider. And I do think it's going to be a great one for that finish. Honestly, I'm looking at these maps and thinking, I'm not going to put too much stock into what we've seen in the past just yet, because I don't think it's difficult. I think I'm just going to be able to sit back and enjoy this best of 3.
Yeah, and I think as well, the fact that 2070 were victorious on Ancient against Trouble VSM, but it was Swarmies having a lights-out performance, kind of single-handedly giving them that win. I think, obviously, that stat's going to be slightly skewed as well. But, can I just say, Charlie, of the 7 maps in the pool, there's 4 bans that are, possible. 3 of them are the CS Classics. And I'll be honest, I'm loving it. Mirage, Inferno, and Dust, I feel like we see it far too often. We've got, obviously, Ancient and Anubis on the cards, but Nuke is a rarity, I feel like. Not many teams play it. But, obviously, the question whether it will get to Nuke is going to be determined in about 2 hours' time, as that will be when Map 1 and Map 2 are finished. But Map 1 going to be underway right now. Anubis. Interesting. How are we thinking this one is... Where are we thinking this one's going? Look, I'm going to push you for predictions, because I feel like you always wait until we've seen a couple rounds, and then you get kind of a good idea. I'm putting you on blast, Charlie. Where's this one going? Whole series.
Yeah, I do normally like to wait for a little bit of a cop-out. Wait till sort of I can get a bit of a better picture. Honestly, I do think I'm probably going to be... I mean, you've bigged up 2070 to me a little bit recently, like in certain things that they've had. I don't think they're fully quite there yet, and I think you are in a similar boat. But they certainly do have some good elements. I do think just with some of the issues that Velox are going to have in terms of rosters, I think I probably will give it to 2070. But I'm hoping it's going to be a good game nonetheless. And a good A-hold is what we're starting off with. Yeah, and the Jollies find 2. Johnny Boy from Heaven as well gets a double himself, and it's all on Roz in the 1 versus 3.
Yeah, 24 HP as well. I love the idea of that pistol, because not only do they have a player towards Heaven, they're taking contact from the right-hand side. Swing kind of come through. Timo will be able to find that final kill for Velox, but I really like that pistol because He's so far to the left that the T's don't expect it, and realistically, the kill should have come through there. But he's able to get back to pillar, the smoke's dropped, the Jawlies are there as kind of a secondary factor. I think it's a great setup from Velox. Obviously, if we see pressure from 2070 towards middle or towards B, maybe it's a different looking round. But look, a great idea from Velox that pans out nicely for them.
On that round on the board, on that CT side as well. I feel like these maps, your sort of Nuke T side, your Anubis CT, your Train T as well. I feel like these are the maps where I put so much more weight into those pistols. If that sort of unfavored side can go on to win it, I do think it just gives you a bit of an extra buffer that if you are slightly weaker on potentially a CT side against the full buys, it just gives you a nice couple of rounds to be able to play with and not stress out too much if you're sort of facing down the barrel of like a 5-0 deficit.
Yeah, definitely.
For Lico though, 2070, not investing in much. We do have one Deagle in play, but other than that, yeah, not a lot being bought out on it. It's just going to be a bit of a contact play towards A. The Deagle is surging, but it's Swarmy's Glock who gets right up in the face and finds ABM. MPL will eventually get a kill onto Swarmies, but 2070 are making this eco look somewhat doable. Will be shut down by the rotating plays in camera, in particular from Johnny Boy, but Velox is a little bit too dangerous for me to call it a comfortable round.
Got to say, if Angelo's there as well, if there's 4 players swinging, I think they find Johnny Boy and maybe get a bomb plant. Already, Charlie, it's a decent round from 2070, we've got to say. But look, I think there would have been a chance for maybe a bit of an upset there. But already we've seen kind of cracks and irregularities from Velox, because should they really be losing those first 2 players? Only getting 1 kill there from them too?
Yeah, with the MP9, that sort of I think lets it down a little bit there, because that's the player who's closer. That's the player who should be able to have an easy time taking down these unarmored players with just that quick fire rate of the MP9. But yeah, nothing being found there at all. It makes the sort of tougher, the sort of job on that A-bomb site just 10 times harder for MBL. Yeah, do I think they probably would have won the round if they had that final player there? Probably not. Do I think they would have got a bomb plant? Probably not either. But do I think Johnny Boy could have went down? Yeah, certainly. That's 3 kills there on just an eco with, like we said, next to nothing invested. And that would have been a great round, just really keeping that CT economy at a minimum.
Yeah, already though, I think 2070 have achieved that. You can see the finances. No one's going to be able to invest in the next if Velox lose. It's going to be a very weak buy, and I think maybe they just have to opt for kind of a heavier eco. I don't really know what they're going to do, but they've got to focus on this round, focus on the here and now, and Timo finding ready. Nice opener. In front of the molly is Leozinho. They're ticking the Molotov, 210 turns, but Leozinho is still emerging. Nice Molotov to try and split the T's up, but through it they go, and now Leozinho swinging round. Got a teammate by his side, Swarmy's not even needed, and now a smoking E-box. A 4-on-3, man advantage here for 2070, and Roz has taken all this control towards Temple, so they know it's either a player in main, a player in E-box, or one towards CT. 2070, although going to get crunched in on, they have a great idea of where these final players reside, but out of the smoke, Rods with the quick trade necessary. There's 27 seconds left, and MBL's positioning is excellent. He's heard Leozinho, he'll find him so freely, and now this round becomes very difficult.
Yeah, bomb can't be denied, but it is allowing the CT just get slightly closer. Still, Johnny Boy blocked off by the smoke, going to go for a full-on reposition, while MBL just holds his nerve and buys a bit of time, keeps these T's guessing. Will eventually be spotted. Not just yet, though. Johnny Boy's flank being anticipated. Roz with his second of the round, and MBL with so much work to do. Does have defuse kit, but the positioning of the T's is good enough. The swing together was ready, but not needed. Swarmy's finding the final player in 2070 are successful in a round that gets a little bit closer towards the end.
I've got to say, if Johnny Boy throws that nade at the smoke, he can deny the plant there. I think it would have been so valuable. The fact there's so many open angles, and with the knowledge of a flank, I think the T's are going to be far too fixated on either E-box or Temple, that I think a nade of the smoke play, that could have really worked out well for Velox. But it will be the investment here. They've got 3 MP9s and 2 5.7s. Utility not perfect. Have got the kit on 210 though, which I do like, because 2070, they do elect to hit with some speed. Certainly going to need that kit for the retake. To be honest though, Velox might just be in a position. Oh, I love it. Just Johnny Boy will get one, drops down. NBL finds as well, and Swarmies with a lot of work to do. And Swarmies, he can find two, but 210 quick enough to trade. And now, man advantage here for the CTs. Angelo, he's got to take a bit of a gamble here. He's going to be pushing through. The flash, not perfect, and 210 secure a second. Lil Zeno, all that remains, and Velox, a lovely response so far, but kills have been given. Lil Zeno, he isolates that fight, and with a minute on the clock, certainly a possibility for this round.
Yeah, it's a massive kill to give up there from that B main push. Like you said, there's time on the clock. Velox are going to start guessing. If Lil Zeno just bides his time, they're going to start to consider possibilities of that flank. So there's a chance that both these 1v1s could be isolated still. Obviously, like you said, the bomb is dropped, so mid is always going to be the play eventually. Flashbang does come out to delay slightly, and a jiggle could really sell this ruse.
He's got the information. I think ABF has just spotted him, trying to take contact away. Oh, Lil Zeno, great way of isolating this fight, and now just needs the last, but 210 stands tall. A great round from 210. He goes in with one of the weaker weapons, just a 5-7. Comes out of it not only with the clutch, but an AK to be retained. And Velox, they shut down 2070. And it's the T's turn with weaker finances. A really nice start here from Velox on their map pick.
Yeah, desperately what they need. I mean, brilliant attempt at the clutch from Lil Zeno. 4-2-10 down so low. It was just that headshot that connected. That really swayed things there. Weapons out for 2070. It is the full investment. You can see there's weaknesses, there's Galils, there's a lack of util, so speed. Seems like that could be the aim, but the smoke and the molly just gonna hold them off for now. It's certainly gonna be the B play though. Just a lurk on through and ready. Does get taken down, but not before finding one and getting the information. Players low all over the bomb site here. Johnny Boy's USP just out of the smoke, and Lil Zeno in the smoke himself. What on earth is happening in this round? And how is Johnny Boy still running around with USP in hand?
Yeah, it's just not really been focused upon, and as this smoke fades, NBL can find Lil Zeno. Johnny Boy gets himself a third of the round. So hectic there on the B bomb site. And I think that's what the kind of close range weapons do. We've got the Tech 9s, we've got the P250, in fact, as well, that are trying to get up in the face. And just through the smoke, he pushes. But what a start for Johnny Boy. 9-2 right now. Velox, though, are going to take an extended lead. It's a 5-1 scoreline now, off the impression that the Eco won't be victorious. But an excellent start to their kind of map selection of Anubis. Absolutely brilliant. And already you can see what it's done. 2070 are forcing a pause out quite early on. They've already identified that, look, 6-7 rounds is too many to be giving up, especially when we're the ones on the favoured side.
Yeah, there certainly has been a lot of rounds that have slipped. Don't get me wrong. Last two rounds have come very close. And certainly, if they'd gone the way of 2070, could have turned the tides of this game. We could have been looking at them in the lead, and Velox still just with 2 rounds to their name. But that's sometimes just how CS goes. It's been the individuals that have dug Velox out of some of these issues, and yeah, Johnny Boy certainly in that one there. Just USP finding 2 kills is outrageous. I don't really know what Lil Zeno was doing in that smoke. Just sort of waiting out while Johnny Boy is able to push out of it, take down his teammate. Yeah, I think it felt like he just waited too long, and you're putting a lot of weight onto Angelino to find both these players where you're hoping you get a timing on this smoke fade. Honestly, look, we've seen Lil Zeno disconnect. There's even a world where he just lagged out in that round.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened, but if he didn't, I'm not a fan of the play. If he did, obviously sympathy to him.
Yeah, not too sure either. Look, I think for Velox, it's a really good start. I think the way that Johnny Boy's playing is clearly with a lot of confidence, and the fact that his kind of risky plays are panning out is brilliant. You know, you take that round where it's the Glock swinging him, and there's 3 players fighting him. Yes, he has some assistance, but he finds those 3 kills, which is really nice, and obviously in that round gets to triple as well. But yeah, very, very nice round for Velox again. As we said, we're not too sure about what happened with Lil Zeno, but even still, Johnny Boy was able to pass through kind of as Lilzinho pushes into that smoke. So I think we would have seen a similar outcome anyway. Especially with kind of how well drilled NBL was onto Lilzinho's position. But, Charlie, we just got word from production that Lilzinho's disconnect might take a little bit longer to kind of bring him back. So I think what we will do is jump to a short break and then we'll be back in the action on Anubis. Issues have been resolved. Back into the action here. For those only just tuning in now, Velox have had a very impressive start on their CT side. The only round that 2070 were able to put up, it was that kind of full buy versus full buy. Yet when Velox from weaker weapons, Charlie, when it was the 5.7s and that stacked towards middle, the MP9 surpassed. Now, a reforce here from 2070. We've got a couple Galils in play. We've got the Scout on Angelo. And the Deagle and Mac 10 as well. I mean, that smoke. Timing of the nade's nice.
I mean, look, Fred, we've been rightfully praising Johnny Boy in this game so far. If you can see him on the up.
Ooh. I'll be honest. One, I think finances have been quite tough to kind of deal with. But two, he's been pretty well against.
I mean, that's what I mean. He's doing so well so far. I wouldn't be surprised if he just delays the AWP for as long as it sort of feels like it needs. Because, yeah, individually, rifle, pistol, whatever gun he's using, he's making it work to such a high level that, yeah, it honestly feels like you might lose a bit of your momentum bringing out the AWP. So, yeah, I'm all for it.
Yeah, no, to be honest, Charlie, I think as well, you look at a round like this, there's a Mac 10 in play, there's two Galils, there's limiting in utility. It could be a round where they just look to play fast. When you don't really know your opponent's finances, because we've had a bit of a force buy war and bomb plants and whatnot, and it's a bit awkward. I think sometimes it is just a bit safer to play with a rifle, because if, 3-4 Tech 9s are pushing you, you might be able to get one, but a quick trade, you give a Tech 9, maybe, you give a Tech 9 an AWP, they can get it in the post plan. That's where things can look quite scary, but NBL, flashbang coming over, trying to isolate the fights, many line up. You should be aware there's another player here towards main. He smokes off the angle now, and ABM fully blinded his Roz, but he can still find. Great from Timo, though. Takes down Roz, an important trade. Molly onto the back of the bomb site. Swarmies, just one tick in said Molotov. The smoke's going to help him out massively. This smoke is going to be so fortunate here for Swarmies, and there he has it. He gets one. It's now a 1 versus 2 for Timo. The CT utility has made this clutch so difficult, and now chipped away is Timo. And there it is, Swarmy's Deagle. Doesn't need the headshot, but will connect, and 2070 back on the scoreboard. One smoke thrown by Velox changes the outcome of that entire round.
Yeah, players so low there, but like you said, just Swarmy's being able to abuse that smoke, and with both CTs not being through the initial one, it basically just isolated the 1v1 duels themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the timing was a little bit awkward. It seemed like both of them were spamming through the smokes at the same time, so when he gets that kill, there's no trade possibility either. But look, 2070, they needed a round like that, although it was quite scrappy. There was a nice scout shot from Angelo. Obviously, the deke shot at the end from Swarmies was nice, but I think Velox have missed a trick there. I think they really mismanaged that round. It's all going to be about timing here. Look at NBL. Playing anti-flash, though, is Roz prepared. And with that kill coming through, they might think an easy route to middle could be the play. Leelzinho, timing's excellent. Can find 210. Important trade from Timo. Will get traded out by Ready, though.
Yeah, and this round feels like it's going to fall a little bit flat for Velox. It was obviously the full investment from them, but just with Johnny Boy being so low, ABM very isolated just with his 5-7, and unless he's able to somehow catch off this bomb carrier, I just don't think there's a world. He's making a nice push in middle. It's a 1v1 onto Swarmies. We'll back off though, and that's going to be an easy way for Angelo to get to that B-bomb site, and I think that'll be it all said and done from there. Maybe just save these weapons even.
Yeah, potentially. Look, I think it's a very impressive response from 2070. Obviously, it all comes off the back of the success of the last round. But if Velox found that round, in which they definitely should have done, we're looking at maybe kind of well, obviously a 5-1 scoreline, but maybe 6-1 could have been another force. We don't really know, but 2070, they've got themselves right back in the game. They should be able to level things up 4-4 now, which is quite dangerous because I think we know this is a T-sided map, but all it takes is one mistake from Velox, and now they're in a spot where they're no longer in control. They're no longer kind of the driving force of this game. And Charlie, you asked maybe Johnny Boy's feeling confident with a rifle. He doesn't want to upset the momentum. Momentum has been upset now, so I think for Johnny Boy, I think the best goal now is to try and get the AWP out as soon as possible.
Yeah, I don't really know what was happening with finances in this round for Johnny Boy to only have a Deagle with no armor. Whether he bought a lot of utility, whether he dropped over something. I'm not entirely sure what it was, but obviously this is going to hinder his ability to buy an AWP in the next.
Yeah, I think Timo can obviously drop one across, but he's bought a Deagle now, so...
I think that might have just been communicated, in fact, potentially. Still, it's only 5.4, so it will be the bare minimum to be able to get Kevlar and an AWP.
That's so, flashes, though.
Yeah, so I think that is going to be the play. Bringing out an AWP in the next for Johnny Boy, so clearly being relayed that, yeah, they feel like it's time to bring out the big green and get Johnny Boy on his favourite weapon. But a 4-4 scoreline is certainly nothing to be scared of if Velox. Still a brilliant start to this game.
Yeah.
Just obviously a bit of an avenue for 2017 to claw their way back slightly.
It's obviously the what if though, right? It's the what if Velox were able to win that last round. It's, you know, a moment where when they had the rifles against the weaker weapons, they probably should have done it. And I think that's where you're thinking, well, this scoreline could be, you know, so dominant in favor of Velox. But you are right. Look, I think it's still not a game they're not going to be worried about yet. He's crept past. Almost making its way towards B. 2-10. It's all going to be about timing. Oh, he goes towards CT. So unfortunate here. And now they've cleared out all of A. The only angle they're going to assume he's in is Temple. They're going to be worried about Temple and CT. That and B main, they're the only positions he can be in. There it is, Angelo realizing that CT and Temple are going to be a problem. It's unfortunate there for 2-10. Even if he just gets one more, it's nice to deal kind of economic damage to your opponents. But speaking of finances, money's looking very good now for 2070. AWPs in play though for both. Round number 9 to be the one where the big green is required. Angelo had some decent moments the other day. Maybe not the best of games overall, but there was some real bright kind of sparks to his gameplay with the AWP in hand, and I'm hoping we're seeing something similar here.
Yeah, it'd be interesting what we get to see from him, sort of in that heads-up duel against Johnny Boy, who obviously, like we predicted, is going to be having one in this round due to Timo's finances. But this is a huge round for 2070. They're going to lose this. Financially, they're still fine, but it is Velox sort of getting themselves a point where they're going to be, regardless, happy with the half. Anything else on top of that, big bonus.
Yeah, definitely. Nice HE grenade, great timing. Into the nade onto Leelzinho. Johnny Boy posted up with the AWP, and although we've got this double A setup, utility not great, so I think NBL going to drop the Molotov to try and clear out this angle. A great idea. Smoke. I don't love this so far with the player split. It seems like NBL is going to play close to the smoke and push off a flash or push off a timing. playing close to the wall, though, which means a readjustment from Swarmies won't be anywhere near as difficult. But it is going to be this A play now. 2 players in A main. A reposition from Johnny Boy, but might not be timed so right. There we have it. Ready with a double. A-bomb site open. Johnny Boy has dropped in, and he's got to go huge. We get one so far. It's all going to be about timing. Gets his first, but Ready, the speed in which he pushes that, there's nothing Johnny Boy can do about it. And now it's a 2 versus 4. Although plenty of players are lacking in the health department. 210 and Timo, they're not even going to give this one a go. They don't have a defuse kit. They don't have enough util. And 2070 will take the lead now. But it's great openers here from Ready. The timing on the reposition there from Johnny Boy is so unfortunate. Because if he's still playing towards camera, he can offer a helping hand. Maybe the CTs could have played more passively. But they just don't have the option.
I mean, that's the thing. Johnny Boy needed to find that first. He finds the first, you can go get the second again, and then he's basically got that 1v1 on the bomb site, and that's where you'll probably not feel so frantic. You'll probably have more time to really be able to think about where your opponent is, rather than being worried that there's multiple players rushing you, pushing you potentially. But yeah, a brilliant round from Ready. I still can't believe Swarmies wasn't taken down there. He felt guaranteed. After the first, there was so much damage to him. It felt like the swing was going to be at least to finish him off before Ready probably gets the trade. But the fact that that didn't happen, yeah, the A setup was not strong there. 2 plays, you find nothing. It just can't be happening.
Yeah, the problem as well is it's not as though Velox had control elsewhere. You know, it's not as though with a limited utility they flashed the player into canals or they took space towards B main. It just seems they were just dotted around the map and just trying to win each fight. Their kind of coin flips, and you know my trepidation with that decision making. I feel like those coin flip kill attempts can always go so wrong. Oh, great find for Ready. He's the one to get on the score sheet with that progression through the A-bomb site, and first to find a frag here towards B.
Yeah, it looked like he's ready to go off of it, but held his horses slightly. He might have spotted the player towards Dark again, but with another smoke going down, 2017, you just have to slow things down for a while. Oh, flashbang looks great, but it's been able to be dodged by Swarmies. 210 is there for a trade. Goes for a second, doubles up, and Ready again finds another. 210's pistol, though, is just one player too many, it seems. An NBL forced off of the molly. The bomb can get planted.
Yeah, but I think even with Velox keeping this one costly, I think if this was early on in the half, they're going to say, well, we've at least kind of restricted their finances. Obviously, 2 deagle shots from NBL is all that it will take. But the money is still so good for 2070. They should be able to buy for the rest of this half, which is quite a scary thing to talk about. NBL, though, creeping closer in CT. Angelo, vital information. He's got 2 flashes and goes back for the AWP. NBL just patiently waiting. Angelo. Oh, missed shot from Angelo. Not the greatest start now with the AWP in hand. Maybe not fully warmed up with the big green. And he will connect on the second time of asking. But 2070, they will find victory here. But as mentioned, the finances are looking so good.
Yeah, just a couple of rounds left of the half, though. And I do think, Fred, if we don't see them win this round, I think we're going to be looking at this game in a vastly different context to how we were just a few rounds ago, aren't we?
Yeah, look, it was 4-1. Velox looked very much in control. The round that they first lost kind of in that moment was, it was a MAC-10, 2 Galils, Scout and a Deagle, and it cost them massively, and it was just a mistake with utility, overlooking a kind of potential push through that smoke, and that's what's kind of caused the downfall here for Velox. And a great response from 2070, though, we have to say. Ever since this this tactical pause, currently flawless, yet to drop a round.
As that continued, the AG grenade thrown on out, but no one there. The T's already advanced on through, taking this space towards main, and a smoke being dropped from the CTs. Starting to get hesitant about a push, but like you were mentioning, Ready, he is in middle, ready to pounce.
Yeah, the smoke there in camera as well. He's just going to push on through this. This is perfect. They see that smoke, and for them, they just initiate and kind of just assume, well, there's a smoke in camera, so there's probably no one in mid. Ready gets that double. This shot from Johnny Boy, not the greatest showing. He will eventually connect onto Ready. The CT's going to have to give this one a go, though. Bomb yet to go down. Players can get into the bomb site. Flashbang coming through, blinding Swarmies, but no one finding, and Swarmies with a quick peek finding Teemo. Johnny Boy posted up, waiting for Swarmies to aggress, but he can just stay here. He can just stay tucked in the cubby. There's no need for him to move. All other angles are being held.
Just look at the attention that he's drawing with that smoke nade down now. Johnny Boy's searching actively for something else, but it's all on Johnny Boy, and the hunt is going to commence.
It's ready once again, Charlie. He's looked so effective here. The smoke and molly combination that they throw towards camera and bricks is everything. It just allows him to push through that smoke. They completely disregard any late lurk in middle. It's excellent here from 2070. Not only have the individuals looked really, really good and kind of shown quality throughout, but it's the calling, it's the game plan, it's the strategy that's looked excellent for 2070 as well. And look, they were 4-1 down, and I think Velox were smiling faces all across the board. Now, you haven't won a round since those first 5, Velox. That's 6 in a row for 2070.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like we were praising Johnny Boy for so much of his efforts at the start, but Reddy's really stolen the show. The push to Veto, the spam comes through. Is it enough to start to stop the onslaught? But no. The T's reign supreme on B site again. The Teemo rotated in as well as MBL. It's a bit of a turn to the tides here.
Teamo's got to be cautious. Teammates are low. This clutch can be had, but missed shots there from Angelo. Velox will win this final round of the half. And look, they do achieve that 5-7, which I think many CTs will be quite used to on a map like Anubis. But I think when you take the context of how this game started and kind of the change, it was that round there. That Deagle shot single-handedly kind of changed this entire outcome of this game. Great rotations from Velox though in that last round, we have to say. They do really well to find impact there.
Yeah, I mean, if Teemo went down there with that initial spray, I think that round probably is won by 2070.
Yeah, certainly a possibility. Big half here though for Velox to kind of right the wrongs of that, I guess, mid-portion of the first half.
Yeah, it still feels like I'm looking at this half, the first half at least, and saying it feels a reasonably fair outcome for both teams. This is sort of what a pretty standard scoreline you might expect on Anubis. It can slightly differ from time to time, but yeah, 75, it's not exactly unusual to see. So both sides probably happy in the context, but I think Velox probably going to be feeling a little bit disappointed they could have got a bit more. All these have been spotted and under pressure now. Angelo just too many angles to watch and finds nothing.
The dink onto Lil Zeno. So much damage there. The flank from Reddy, though. Missed shots. He will eventually connect. And now, it's a fight here from the two T's. Lil Zeno finds one in the smoke. Reddy gets MBL as he emerges. And it's gone to a 2 versus 4 now for Velox. There's a smoke on the bomb as well. No defuse kit, though, so it's not going to be the easiest of retakes. Someone's just got to stick it. Get on the bomb. There's a late playthrough A main. They have heard these steps. ABM, though. Oh, we see the CT's fine. 2070. They do get the pistol round, and look, that's the pistol.
Yeah, I think it just must have been Scream. Must have spotted a glimpse of one of the T's pushing into the smokes. Luzinho a bit fortunate to get their headshot onto it, but it starts to make Reddy question, is someone actually pushing this as well? Is there 2 players? And spotting the player on the edge of the smoke, connecting the bullet, and yeah, that one just got unraveled. You see there's a player who's holding for the lurks for a main. Super far away. 210 had to rotate all the way in. They knew exactly where he was in B main. Don't get me wrong, we drew a lot of the CT's attention and actually gave the player towards D-box a bit of a chance, ended up finding a kill, but shut down really quickly from Lozino, who's just 1 HP actually. So, yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, things certainly could have gone wrong in that round for 2070, but it's an important pistol to win, and it's basically them keeping their big string of rounds going.
Yeah, look, we're seeing the force from Velox, and to be honest, although it's still quite early in this map, this force buy could kind of unravel this first map. They lose this force, they're onto an eco, we're looking at a 10-5 scoreline. And at that moment, regardless of siding, regardless of whatever map we're playing, that's where we're saying, okay, we're getting into the final stages. One mistake could cost you, you know, your 11th, your 12th, and that's where your back's against the wall. So Velox, they've opted for a force here. If it goes against them, I would be very worried.
Yeah, it's a big risk. It's a big call to make. It's a worrying one as well, but they've gone for it, and you can see the minimap. A lot of players are lining up towards A. Swarmies there, with Angelo by his side, to try to defend this. Not a huge amount of utility in terms of Molotovs to stop them or anything, but smoke grenades enough. There's flashbangs as well.
Swarmies, was he spotted when he jumped up there? Util's coming over. He's screaming to Angelo to send out the flashes. It's a smoke landing. Angelo and Swarmies go 2 for 1 currently. NBL through the smoke, a great find with the tech. And now, to cut off rotations here is 2-10. Tucked away, the MAC-10 in hand. Seems like the CTs are very prepared, ready, just holding. 2-10, it's all going to be out of timing. He can just hold the crack here. He can just play for information. Ready. So prepared, but timing. Oh, timing might go against him. And now they've got awareness. They've got information. NBL on the back of the bomb site. Ready's low HP. Jumping in is Lil Zenio, and he offers himself up. The freest 1v1, but Ready, he can still find that kill on 1 HP. 20-70. They get the round, however ugly it looks. They make it work with Ready on 1 HP there, but you've got to say, 2-10, he should be finding that kill. He gets the timing. Although it's the MAC-10, the bullets have got to connect there. But Charlie, we have to imagine it's going to be another investment here from Velox.
NBL was going to be devastated after that one. At least I believe it was him on the back of the bomb site there. I mean, it's just... He's not going to realise it now about how close he was to finding that kill. 1 HP. The fact it was a wallbang shot, I believe.
I think we got to say, though,
unfortunate.
2070, Lil Zenio just jumping out into the open.
Yeah,
with 4 in.
I mean, you think it'd be Ready though. If you want someone to jump, make it the low HP player, not the player who can sort of shrug off a couple of bullets if they do come his way. So, yeah, a bit frantic there at the end as time was ticking with a limited amount of defuse kits, but. Yeah, main hold this time still will get beaten 1 for 1. They are continuing to push these smokes though, but without another flashbang, it just seems very easy for Angelo, who's able to slip away.
Yeah, he's got flashbangs and smokes as well. This is just going to delay NBL. And now, it's trapped in A main. They've made this decision to push on out, and the cavalry's arrived. Utility, sheer numbers as well. The Molotov going to force out NBL. Through the smoke is 2-10, but he falls, and the side arm of Lil Zenio has been denied by NBL, but a 1 versus 3. That's the scenario that NBL's in. Being held by Swarmies. Oh, what? How has Swarmies not got that kill? He's repositioned nicely, though. 20-70. Victorious in this one, and it looks far easier. Not realizing you can't wallbang that. Thought he found himself a nice off angle. Things get quite scary now, though. Because that's the 10th gone, and now it's going to be the half buy from Velox. 20-70. They can find themselves into an 11-5 scoreline. And may I remind everyone at home, Velox were 4-1 up.
Yeah.
10 out of the last 11 going the way of 20-70 if they find victory here. A ridiculous turn of events.
I mean, it's not just been Velox that have slowed down. Johnny Boy was 10-3 or 9-3 when we sung his praises, and you can see a much rougher time since then if you take away those initial rounds. Just a couple of kills and a lot of deaths since that time.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as well, you saw the impact that Johnny Boy had, and now he's fallen off. Now he's slipped away in this series. You can see the kind of the problematic factor that's posed. Now Johnny Boy's not getting these triple kills. He's not getting these kind of high impact moments. We're not seeing the rounds. Roz is in a nice position though. Contact's taken from heaven. He can peek at any moment. Picks a nice timing to find NBL. Flashbang's good. Set up here for 2070. They're just keeping their range against the pistols. An excellent way to deal with this kind of half buy / eco. And now, as expected, we're going to see this 11-5 scoreline. What has happened to Velox?
I mean, it's not really just Johnny Boy, though. That's the thing. I mean, 2-10 early in the game. He was 3-2, and I was going to highlight that. He's only got 3 kills, but a lot of impact. The thing is, it feels like you want one or the other. If you got both, if you got kills and impact, that's brilliant. Sometimes you can be a really high impact player who's just not necessarily up there in terms of the kill department. 210 has massively slowed down as well. He's only got 3 kills since and 10 deaths. Yeah, and it doesn't feel like any of his kills have had the same weight as the ones beforehand. Yeah, Velox certainly struggling here on their map selection is interesting enough. I mean, don't get me wrong, they had a huge T side to play with so far in terms of full buys, but yeah, we wanted things to kick off a lot more positively than they have.
And I've got to say, right, we looked at that moment from 210 in middle where he's got the Mac 10, he's caught the timing, and I think a moment like that perfectly kind of symbolises how this game's gone for 210. It seems as though he's been in the right positions, he's kind of had the right moments, yet just not finding the actual frags. Swarming. Oh, and this could be a perfect moment. Absolutely perfect, exactly what I was saying. 210, he needs a smoke. He gives Swarmies a haircut with the bullets that are landing, but sadly not connecting, and obviously the second the reload comes through, the smoke fades and Swarmies peaks.
I'm convinced he's your own there, because so close to his position so many times, but it looked like it was one of those edge of the smoke things where you needed it and you just get a glimpse. Must have thought he backed away. I mean, it feels like that has just symbolized how this game has gone for Velox. And how it's gone for 210, really. Anything he does right just somehow gets punished. And the re-aggression in E-Box is brilliant.
Yeah, perfect there. They don't allow ABM to be this lurk. They don't give him the freedom that he so massively wants. Johnny Boy, though, a great find onto Ready. Brings this round well within the realms of possibility. All 3 players towards E-Box. Nice flashbang. Angelo playing anti, though, and he can find MBL. On the AWP is Johnny Boy. Great find, though. He's aware that Angelo's still here. The problem is they don't know where Lil Zeno is. They're still wondering, okay, well, we know at least one's towards E-Box. We've got 16 seconds on the clock. We've got to take a bit of a gamble. And Angelo actually, I think him swinging out and looking for a pick, if he finds a kill and gets traded, I think that's the round guaranteed, because they do not expect Lil Zeno. Surely they don't realize he's here as well. Johnny Boy posted up, though. It's a nice angle. Missed shot, though, from Johnny Boy once again. Second time of asking, he will find, though, and Lil Zeno out in the open, but Johnny Boy, we've said he's gone a little quiet in this one, but he gets a 4K. Silences all the critics.
Yeah, I mean, look, but it's finally around that Velox win, and it's due to Johnny Boy stepping up once again. I mean, don't get me wrong, Johnny Boy missed a good few shots, but he was allowed to do so. That's something 2070 probably should have punished a little more. Angelo probably should have been a bit closer towards E-Box initially when that first kill was found, so he could have got that swing. Wasn't the case. A decent bit of damage was dealt there, but from there on out, it felt like we needed to see 2070 honestly just play a little bit more together. You see, they were a little bit too reliant on trying to bait in that final E-Box player. And the issue is, I think, honestly, if you just swing together, you at least get the trade and give yourself a decent chance. But, yeah, they go 1 for 1 and Johnny Boy, that's what he'll take every day of the week.
I'm going to be aware of Lil Zeno's position now because he sent the molly. Ooh, spotted out MBL. Flashbang's brilliant. Somehow not blinding. We see the flash come over from Angelo. I thought that play was perfect. I thought they kind of really well orchestrated. You kind of bait him into fighting, and then you see the flash clearly missed his lines. Angelo is just holding for MBL, though. He is dead to rights. Who's he's in this corner? He's just holding. Take him down. Excellent there. 4 on 4. Reddy's had a really good game here. Bit of a freebie, though. Flashbang coming over. The greatest of nades. Swarmies just posted up here. Take his timing and he can find ABM. Oh, Angelo denies the plant through the wall. Things become very, very costly here. Velox. 2 versus 3 gone 2v2. Johnny Boy trapped towards the pillar, but with the shot coming through, he can drop the Molotov now. Johnny Boy, he's had great impact in the last round. It looks as though he'll do the same here. Reposition to E-Box is excellent as well.
It just sits even deeper. Angelo needs to push up because there's so much for Reddy to clear, but Reddy still finds a kill. The double swing, and it's only the leg.
There's enough time for the defuse, though. Clutch will come through for 2070. Right down to the wire, but tough for Johnny Boy. I think if he gets that kill the first time of asking, there's certainly a chance. It's so unfortunate, isn't it?
It's the jump. I mean, it's smart from Angelo that knowing that he's on the AWP, likely the players towards Evox just jump across. And it is just that leg there. Yeah, it's really difficult, but it's a 3k again from Johnny Boy, and he's coming alive and giving Velox chances. But you do fear for what would happen if Johnny Boy just continued this game where he sort of stagnated a bit. If he was silent throughout the rest of it, I don't even think these rounds would be close.
No, definitely
not. Great util damage in the middle. So many players softened up. Lil Zeno finds a double, and Fred, I think Anubis is all said and done. He wants even more in middle. The need of the smoke exposes Teemo's position.
Yeah, it's excellent here from 2070. A great double, though, from Lil Zeno. And now it's all on Johnny Boy and ABM. He's had big moments in the first half. But Johnny Boy, as the smoke fades, he will fall. And ABM now, the substitute, can't even fire a bullet. Lil Zeno and Swarmies put this round to rest. Ready, getting a kill as well towards the B-bomb site. Ready, ending that one 20-10, though. Charlie, it was a 4-1 scoreline for Velox. They were in control. They had a grasp of this game. And to be honest, I was really excited to see where this one was going to go, because I think we knew that Velox are a strong side and they've shown signs in the past. Maybe it's just that lack of kind of consistent games, consistent officials. As we touched upon, they played one game in the last 3 months. It's a tough one to watch, but great from 2070.
Yeah, I mean, it's a super difficult one for us to be able to sit back and examine. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to put a huge amount of stock in this game. If we do see Velox fall, I think there's been issues in terms of, sort of the team that they've been able to field today that I certainly think could have impacted the performance on the day, and I certainly think it has to a certain degree. But from a start like that to fall so flat afterwards, I think it speaks volumes about maybe where this team's looking in the current moment. But 2017, I mean, look, they showed the resilience. They were on the T side. They had an abysmal start, turned things around. Reddy, certainly an impactful player there. That T side he had at the end of the CT side as well, but it's the T side. It just felt like the amount of spaces he's able to find, the amount of timings he was able to get and sort of create for his team. Brilliant performance from Reddy, and a bit more of that on map number 2. And I think we could be going for a speedy 2-0.
Yeah, definitely got that opportunity for it. 2017 moving to their map pick. Obviously, that was the map that they took off Trouble to VSM yesterday, and they looked really, really kind of consistent on Ancient. They kind of look quite reminiscent to what we've just seen now. Obviously, Velox, the fact they've lost their map pick and the way in which it's been seen, I think a real troubling task for them, not only on Ancient, but even if they take Ancient, Nuke's going to be difficult as well. But obviously, that's something that will kind of unfold in about 40 minutes' time. But Charlie, beforehand, we will be jumping to a break. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be heading into the action very shortly here on Ancient. Obviously, a very good performance from 2070, all things considered. When you look at kind of the start of Anubis, I think many would have assumed Velox, they've got a little bit of venom about them. They've got kind of a real threat. But I think a lot of that was because of Johnny Boy. You look at the rounds that they had early on, he was getting 3Ks, he was getting double kills, it was consistent. When he dropped off, they stopped getting rounds. He came back right towards the end. He got kind of a quad kill and a triple. And look, I think for Velox, it's really tough for them. And now they move to their opponent's map pick, one of which they played pretty decent against Iwara. It went the distance. They lost 13-11. Potentially could have won that series. But still, I've got to say, I think Velox have got a really tough task on their hand. We got word that ABM is still going to substitute for Max in this next one as well. And as we said, we're not too sure how that's going to bode regarding synergy, regarding kind of how consistent this roster are going to kind of play. But look, Jolly, what are your thoughts and feelings here of Ancient?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think they're trying to wait slightly to see if Max is going to be able to get back on the server. I think it's internet or power issues right now that is sort of troubling him, and the reason why they are playing with a substitute, and potentially two substitute. We're still not entirely sure what's happening with Demo. But yeah, it's not a great spot for Velox to be in regardless. They're finding themselves in sort of turbulent waters right now, as things are, like you said, pretty dicey, it feels like. Moving on to their opponent's map pick here, they got pretty dominated on map number 1. And it feels like everything is teeing this one up to be a 2072-0. But Fred, we're going to have to wait and see if that is the case. Ancient is going to be alive now. Hopefully, Velox can bring things back for an exciting finish to this one. But 2070 certainly could run away with things here.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, I think 2070 are kind of in pole position to take this one. Not only have, we mentioned that there's been kind of slight issues on the Velox side regarding technical issues and kind of players and stuff like that. But I think 2070 as well, they've looked really good on Ancient in the past. They looked very compelling and convincing throughout Anubis. So look, I'd be pretty confident for them. And looking at this round, Velox have opted for a double mid, or kind of a triple mid, 2 through Donut, 1 through Red, double A, and 2070 make their way towards B. So for me, there's a fair bit of util. There's enough for a retake, obviously, but so much space can be taken. Have they not heard the smokes? What's going on? 2070 got the bomb down. Not a single bullet's been fired yet.
Yeah, it looked like maybe they were just holding off in case it was any sort of fake, if it was a ruse of some sort, but no, not at all. And there is obviously a diffuse gameplay. Velox are playing this one very passively, still playing it slowly. They've got a smoke and a flashbang, but the bomb is a third tick already. Look
at Angelo's positioning. He's pushed into Red Room. The CTs aren't going to be aware of this, and the fact they are so slow. Ready, a great find now, and the smoke towards Cave. He's able to get so much damage and gets another kill off. Angelo's in the back lines, but who cares? He's not even needed. He will get one, but Ready with another very impressive round. Obviously, Charlie, in the playoff stage, we talk about MVPs and that kind of status and kind of, I guess, achievement that we grant to these players. Realistically, I know it's just the Swiss stage, but if Ready continues with this performance here on Ancient, I think he's going to get the quote-unquote MVP for this one. Because what a round there. He's smoked off, obviously, in Cave. He's done so much work beforehand. He gets a kill, does the damage, and he still finds 3 overall. It's brilliant there from Ready. I think Velox, a little bit over kind of gambly there. I really don't see the value in that. I think when you see a gamble call like that, if they've not thrown any util or not shown any presence towards middle or A, you sometimes just have to rotate in quicker. But look, the bomb, as you said, was a third tick before any of the Velox players were even kind of close to being in a firefight.
Yeah, and Angelo didn't question what his game plan was. Obviously went for that quick flank and no hesitation in terms of instantly taking those shots. Didn't actually find a kill that quickly, but that wasn't the point. He saw the players on the CT side start to sort of go to transition into actually hitting on the bomb side, that he just instantly made this pressure be known, allowed his opponents to know that I am in this flank. Be wary of me. A couple of them went to fight, and then you saw those players swing towards Cave, and then they realised, okay, we've got to just ignore Angelo. We've got to try to take this fight onto the bomb side, but it was already such a distraction. It was already such a tough round for Velox. Angelo as well certainly deserves credit for a great reposition.
Just the eco here from Velox. Not too confident with the idea of a force, and look, I think it's the right idea.
So what happened on map number 1, didn't we, on the second half? They went for it. It sort of lulled them into that false sense of belief when they went for that double force buy, and that felt like that was the final nail in the coffin, really, for Anubis there. But there is a single flashbang on 210, which I'm interested in terms of where he's going to use this. He's making his way now towards B. So, yeah, it's going to be flashing his team into a bit of the action once we probably see 2070 make a bit more of a commitment towards this side of the map.
Yeah, I quite like the idea. Just play kind of all hidden. And once players start making their way up ramp and start progressing out of cave, then you send the flash. But right now, 2070 playing with so much discipline. ABM is out in the open. It can be taken down so easily. Look how simple it is. And now Angelo looking to make his way up towards ramp, and this flashbang. Already we've seen 2 casualties. Make it 3, and 210's yet to pull the pin.
Well, here comes that now, but it has been her. Nice easy clean up for Reddy, who gets the quad kill. 4 kills from him in that one. Yeah, I mean, it feels like he's farming frags at this point, isn't it?
Quite easy. It looks so simple there for Reddy. Reddy was a player that yesterday was really impressive as well. You know, in that game against Robert of ESM. I think overall, you look at kind of how he's played so far. You look at the performance on Anubis, it was excellent. And seemingly has continued, but the ability is brilliant. The awareness and kind of identifying kind of perfect angled, not only to dodge the flash, but to gain those kills. And I like the decision here. They're going very fast towards the A-bomb site. ABM needing to rotate in time, but there's going to be a smoke down towards the CT side, but he can spot out 2 players beforehand. ABM gets the double. Roz has taken so much space here. 210 not going to be ready at all. Roz, a lot of damage there. Spamming through the smoke here, and Swarmies will connect. Out in the open is Johnny Boy. He's already been chipped away at. Swarmies does have a nade, smoke, and a flash, and it seems like they're just going to back away. I like this call. Whether it's been heard, though. MBL, good idea. He actually kind of checked, ensuring that is there anyone on the bomb site? Have they made their way back towards Donut? And it's allowed Johnny Boy to rotate in time. Smoke down towards the left-hand side. They both could just spam if they decide to, and there it is. MBL playing close to this now. Out of the smoke here is Roz. Swarmies is in an excellent position here. Has got another smoke to work with. Smoke on the left-hand side. Oh, okay. What? Yeah, great from Velox, realizing there's probably going to be a reposition. Okay, fair play, Velox.
Not a bad way to win the round, I suppose. I mean, yeah. ABM's double initially is massive. Taking down 2 players, one of which being Ready, denying him any impact in that round. I mean, it's a round victory. A bit of luck involved, I suppose, at times. But, yeah, I mean, massive for play. And a really crucial round for the CTs to get on the board early.
Charlie, I've probably watched about 100 maps of Ancient at least, kind of in the last year or so. And about once a game, you just see the T's push before the smoke lands, and you see that kind of double or maybe just 1 and damage seen from a player rotating in from CT. If they wait just an extra second, the whole kind of round changes. Overlooking Johnny Boy's position here. Great frags found. Lil Zenio going to be sending out the utility now. There is a player in Reddy's making his way into Donut. They can just wait out their smoke. Reddy's in an excellent position here. Another molly on the back of the bomb site. This whole round is for Reddy. ABM is prepared though. Great awareness from ABM. And it's because the CTs have rotated to hold main. They've smoked it off as well. Velox. Great preparation here in the mid portion of that round.
Yeah, it's an awkward one for Reddy because there's not enough pressure from A main to actually draw all the CT's attention to that position. Needed to see a bit more from them. Maybe needed to see them try to initiate some sort of a push just to get Reddy sent in on the flank. But it is now just this 2 versus 4 with Angelo being whittled away at and Lil Zinho by his side as they look to push and probe towards B. We have seen ABM realise that they could have slipped through the gaps from middle and gone towards B.
Yeah, we'll see the bombs down there, so, you know, round's over, really. I think it's the idea of maybe hunting for a save, but the CTs don't actually need to do that. Certainly need to focus on their own economy. We know how tough the CT economy can be. I wonder, though, with these two players saving, are we going to see an investment around it? Because certainly with the opportunity, they've got an AK, they've got an AWP in play. I think maybe a force here around these weapons could be the right game plan.
Yeah, obviously things do get a bit sketchy if you end up losing the round, but it feels like it's such valuable weaponry, and I think if there's only one saving, you can make the argument just go for the eco, but with two players saving, if you go for the eco, sure, you'll see Raws, Ready, and Swarmies get a buyout. It won't be perfect, it won't be everything they could want, but then you'll also have Angelo and Lilzinho with nothing to play with at all, so yeah, it doesn't really feel like there's a lot of choice in the matter. It has to be this force around it.
I love this boost. I think it's a great idea. And it's a great way for Angelo to have impact. He can just hold this right-hand side. NBL, it's a tuck position again. We'll just get the one kill, but so much damage dealt. Oh, Johnny Boy prepared for Angelo. Utility going to be coming through. 2-10, fast out of cave. Johnny Boy again while blinded. And now all on Ready. I think he's just got to save again. A nice retake there from Velox.
Ooh, ABM very quick to rotate here, but might not be able to get the chance. Luckily, there is going to be money in play already for saving the AWP in this round, at least.
Yeah, now they can just treat it as a bit of a hero AWP.
Yeah, that was interesting. I thought Roz was wielding that for a second there.
Yeah, the only idea is he's got a mid spawn, and that's the only thing I could have thought, really, but... Yeah, look, Velox, they can get themselves to a 4-2 scoreline, which is very important. This is kind of a must-win map now, because obviously they lost map 1. And I think, although the loss of this game doesn't put you out of the Swiss stage, it puts you 0-2, and I think that's where things are very scary. A real rarity to see a team come back from an 0-2 spot in the Swiss stage and make it to playoffs, so... Roz... Surely not going to be prepared for 210's angle. I like the idea here. It's just kind of Angelo posted up, and if he misses the shot or gets the kill, Roz is ready and waiting. How has Ready got himself into Donut? What?
Man of many talents. I mean, it is one of his best traits, being able to take space and sort of entering onto these bomb sites, and drawn a bit of attention, but only from the one. Swarmy's going to see if he can capitalize and take down Timo here as well. Mid has just been clear, but Johnny Boy now rotating to take up his teammate's position. We're all going to depend on timing a bit. There's still a lot of chances in this round here for 2070.
Yeah, it seems so frantic here. Velox not truly understanding as to where 2070 are heading. Smoke towards top ramp. 210's playing close to it. It's going to be this play through A. Towards big box. Drops the molly. Johnny Boy's now allowed to post up on this angle, but we've heard the shot come through.
Yeah, with Angelo taking this position now and just holding, Johnny Boy's kind of shut out of this round, so it's all on Timo, but Johnny Boy takes down the flanking player, and Timo will find 2. Angelo strikes, but it's all going to matter not. Missed shot on 210. And that will secure the round for the CT side as well. There were some chances there, but Timo had to go down.
I think Ready as well, you see him get that kill and you see the kind of heavy rotation out of Velox. I think if Ready just backs away or is quicker to get the AK, it seemed like he just continued to shift. And I think if he backs away in Donut, he can kind of go towards Red, and Swarmies and Ready can play in Red Room together, and they can look to try and crunch on the B-bomb site. It seemed like 2070, their game plan was for Ready to kind of go down, die, leave Swarmies as the lurk. Yeah, I think it could have panned out so much better for them. It seemed like Velox was so frantic, so worried, and 2070, yes, they had moments, but certainly not capitalized upon them. And Timo, great opener here. ABM finding Roz. Flashbangs are good, but Lilzinho has got to show more discipline. There's 3 players ready and waiting. Velox looks as though they'll continue their streak.
Yeah, major turnaround from them now in this game. Similar story to what we were talking about from 2070 on map number 1. Good start from Velox there, but turned around and looked like a completely different game. 2070 with that 2-0 lead, yet to find another round, and it certainly doesn't look like they're going to be doing so in this one. Angelo has a chance to find ABM towards middle, but just Crouch tries to back away, but ABM gives him a fight. 2 players pushing down the ramp. Lilzinho kind of needs them both. Bates out some shots from the second, and we'll find it, but in the meantime, his teammate has fallen, and Angelo is gone.
Yeah, Timo as well. Nice work to find Lilzinho. That smoke actually kind of works against him. I feel like if Lilzinho swings and finds Timo, certainly a chance. Obviously, offering up that fight, but he still swings before the smoke lands. And Timo spotted him. He's got a great understanding. But Velox will continue. Something that we've got to point out, both these teams very much favour the CT side here on Ancient. So I think for 2070, it's not the end of the world, but they're already identifying some issues. Look, they're calling a tactical pause. When we saw this on Anubis, it was a real change in kind of ability. They went from being 4-1 down to 6-4 up. So I think for 2070, it's nice that they've called this pause. Hopefully for them, they can kind of have that similar bounce back to what we saw on Anubis. Yeah. Because the well-fought battle of Anubis, if they lose on Ancient, it seems like a complete non-factor. They put themselves in such a spot to take the series. If they falter on their map pick, I think you've got to imagine disappointment to be seen from 2070.
Yeah, I mean, I think after the fact as well that they'll be given the chance to be able to bounce back on map number 1, they turn things around there, and yeah, this is the chance to take things the cleanest way they can be done in a 2-0 fashion, get themselves a game on the board in the sort of Swiss stand-ins as well. And you never really want to give Velox a chance back into this one, especially when you know that Max is trying to sort out whatever issues he has and is waiting on the sidelines. And I think if Max is back in the server, I think Velox can go on to win this. Yeah, certainly a bit scrappy here, but a kill brought back from Ready. Gonna need a lot more though if there's any chance to actually get this bomb and plant it.
Ooh, missed shot from Johnny Boy. Fortune going the way of 2070, so much damage, and now Ready, he's a player that we've spoken about. 2 kills so far in this round. He can find so many more, but Timo finds him, takes him down. It's all on Angelo. Mac 10 in hand now. Oh, he's made steps. If he stayed silent, certainly a possibility. Full stick on the bomb. ABM's creeping closer. Plant can come through. He can find this kill. 8 HP. Angelo needs to hit the instant headshot. Timo will find another clutch kill. Another big round for Timo. And another round going the way of Velox. Obviously, it was just that half buy and a hero, Mac 10 and AK. But again, Charlie, it's a possibility. It's a moment where 2070, they can find the round, yet they fumble.
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to be a super difficult situation that they put themselves in. It was a 2 versus 4 at the end of the day. But you have to consider how close that one did come, and you think if they just sort of ironed out some of the issues in terms of actually getting onto the bomb site, like those missed smokes, like sort of the sloppy trading at times, yeah, we could have seen that one be a 2070 round, certainly, because you see a great clutch attempt there in that 2v4, but all it is bringing the finances of the CTs a little bit slimmer and giving yourself a decent chance, but it's nothing more than that.
Roz. Timing on his spam looked good initially. Molly sent to reclaim this lost space in cave. 210 still close. Drops the smoke. Triple B set up here for Velox. Can be quite tough here for Johnny Boy because he's got no more defensive utility, just the 2 flashes, and once that main smoke fades, things get quite tough. ABM, he's dropped the Molotov. Seems like MBL now just holding Red Room here from B. I don't mind this idea, Velox. They're strengthening up the A defense. Still got cover in red. Very worried about Cave, and quite rightly. Angelo does have an AWP though, and if he progresses up ramp and kind of checks the cave exit, he'll get a free kill onto Timo.
Yeah, smoke's being lined up here. 23 seconds on the clock, so it has to be a hit out very soon. 20 seconds now. Time is ticking. 2-turn, and the cave setup gets dismantled by one flashbang. Lilzinho's flash does enough, but 10 seconds on the clock. The bomb's still yet to go down.
Yeah, bomb only getting onto the site now. Having to plant safe from the right-hand side. Roz can get the plant off. Nice HE grenade. ABM spamming. No utility remaining here for 2070. Just the one flashbang on ABM. But Angelo posted up. It's an excellent position. Bit of a freebie there. MBL, though, nice find. Aware that Roz is still here on the bomb site. Roz, he's got to maneuver, but he's been spotted and found by Johnny Boy. On these retakes towards B, Johnny Boy's been so effective. Just the tap of the bomb. Angelo holding. Spots them out. Minimal time now, and he can just hold. He's got discipline. He's crossed the way. How have we not seen that kill come through? So many missed shots with the AWP, but Velox, again, another positive retake for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're a bit fortunate in that round that Angelo just doesn't seem warmed up into this one. Had to connect one of those shots, and that's a difference maker there if he does.
Charlie, Reddy's got one less kill than the rest of his team combined. It's been disappointing from everyone else. Swarmies is 2-8. Roz is 2-7. Swarmies was a player that I was kind of so, ready and anticipating to watch on Ancient. The way he played the other day was incredible.
Yeah, now it's just all of these rounds that we're sort of talking about being slipped out of the hand of 2070's really coming back to haunt them. It's 7-2.
Yeah, the scoreline doesn't do this game justice. I think 2070, they've been so close to finding success. Just yet to really get that.
But I mean, look,
nice
we also consider that. Even the 2 rounds, the fact that it comes from the pistol and the eco, and we know that sometimes the pistols can be a little bit up in the air in terms of, can be just a bit luck-based at times sometimes, in terms of how those Glock spam connects.
Yeah.
Things like that, and when you look at it in terms of that context as well, we haven't seen anything from 2070, but surely this has to be it now. Swarmies only able to find one, but still, that could be enough, and it should be. All on MPL will get found, and it is just the firepower in this time to turn things on its head. And it's some of the players that you pointed out. Roz, Swarmies, 2 kills apiece in that round.
I was literally about to say that, the first round that 2070 have won since the pistol, we've been kind of without the success of Reddy. Look, if 2070 find 5 rounds, if they can get these remaining rounds, I don't think they'll be too disappointed. Money's very difficult because Johnny Boy, he can get out an AWP and he can drop over a rifle, but the buy's still not great. I don't actually know what Velox are going to do here. 7 rounds in a row, and the buy's going to be somewhat scrappy. No utility on Johnny Boy. He's had to drop a FAMAS and an M4. There's going to be MP9s in play. This really goes to show how close this game's been. They lose 1 round, and then money already put under a bit of a microscope. MP9s and a FAMAS after 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah. It just shows a couple of those rounds, like that 2 versus 4, like these 1v1s. Things do get very close, and Velox, they lose this round. I mean, it's going to be a completely different story of this game. Next thing we know, 2070 will be on track to find 5, and then I think Velox will be hugely disappointed by how much they've dominated this game scoreline-wise.
Look, I've got to say, have Velox played the opening parts of each round perfectly? Have they played kind of the mid-portions to a T? I wouldn't say so. It's the retakes that they've been so effective here on Ancient. Kind of the utility they've used, the trading, the spacing's been brilliant, and obviously that's what's gained them so many rounds. But as you say, look, if 2070 get this last one, or get these last 2, sorry, they're in a position where it's 7-5, which is pretty decent as is. And they feel like they definitely feel like they've been the team in control, but Velox, obviously getting the opener from Johnny Boy's AWP. Minimal utility here from ABM. And Timo. It's going to be a playthrough, eh? This could be perfect. They can take down Timo here. It's going to be so difficult. That kill will come through. It's Roz. Nice opener here. ABM still tucked behind big box. Yet to be cleared. He can get one. MBL spotted out Angelo, and it's a 2 versus 3. A lot of damage onto 2 to Hen. They've got to reclaim some space, and they're going to do it towards CT. Oh, maybe not.
They just changed their mind and might come to regret that. Johnny Boy gets all of this information. He knows where the final player is as well.
Yeah, I think if they
feels like it's just hesitation, Fred.
Yeah.
They were in between two minds. They weren't sure what to do, and it really came back to cost them. Sometimes you just gotta make a decision, whether it's the right or wrong one, and just go with it.
And I think the CT swing would have been perfect. There was a player low HP. The flashbang just popped. I think they find both of them there. I think it's a perfect idea. But look, now it's an 8-3. I think 2070, again, it's another moment where they possibly should be winning that round, yet fortune doesn't go their way. And now we're looking at the possibility for a 9-3 scoreline. 2070 with the bomb plants, with kind of the kills that have come through, they've been allowed to get these AKs out constantly, yet still the round's just not going their way. It's tough to watch, isn't it? Because I think we all know that this game is far closer than the scoreline shows.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you can't convert the round, it's a skill in itself.
Yeah, exactly. Look,
and
there's a
2070, look, right now they're not possessing that skill in this game, and rightfully, they're 8-3 down.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I think Velox have been really good in the kind of the post plants, the retakes, the decision making. It seems as though there's a real level of discipline to their CT side, which I do quite like. I think a lot of the time you'll see players wanting to aggress down ramp, wanting to kind of take the fight. And yes, there has been moments like that from Velox, but a vast majority of the time, it's been wanting to play the numbers and kind of confidence within their retakes. And with the scoreline being this one-sided, I think we all know that it's the right call for them. 210's in a good position, and with the smoke landing towards ramp, someone's going to be forced out into the open. Ready now with work to do. He will get one. Angelo, in fact, finding MBL. ABM held. Smoke, molly, nade combination towards CT. Swarmy still lurking here in middle. Finally, we see a round. Another one converted from 2070.
I just don't know how much of a one-man army this 2070 team can be before they just falter and fully fall flat and lose this series. Reddy's doing absolutely everything he can, and give him credit where it's due. Probably the only reason there's even 4 rounds on the board for 2070 here. I mean, you look at the pistol, he got 3 kills. The round after, he found 4. Big couple of kills to shut down that BE defense from him here as well. And you've got to think that if he isn't playing at this level, if he doesn't have 15 kills in the first half, I don't see where the rounds come from. I don't see where 2070 get anything.
Oh my god, this is the exact same pistol that we saw yesterday from Reddy. Surely he doesn't get a double again. Oh no, he does. 2 kills towards A main.
Bomb dropped as well.
Yeah, it's literally the exact same pistol what we saw yesterday. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh, a bit of a 2-on-2 here, in fact, though. Well, make it a 2-on-1 as 210's got a lot of work to do. We'll find 2 more players pushing, but they are isolated and split in the fight. The bullets are not connecting for the Glock, and Lil Zeno will take down the bullet to the head with the USP. So, pistol rounds won by 2070, and chances are still being given to them. They might be down, but they're certainly not out of this game just yet.
I've got to say, the fact that Reddy has the confidence to go for that pistol round, which seems every time on Ancient, and find multiple kills, I don't really know what the T's can do to counter that. Anyone who would have kind of rewatched the 2070 demos and done some research before facing this team, you either, hold him as 5, you can still get a quick shot and back away. It's still possible. And similarly, if you look to head fast towards B, you've got a flanking player coming through. I think it's a really nice idea. It works out again here. And that's both pistols going the way of 2070. I think we'd be very worried for them if they weren't able to acquire said pistol, but they've got it.
Yeah,
brute force approach.
Should be an easy cleanup here. We've seen a couple of these types of rounds get a little bit closer than they should. You can see the MP Velox were where they could be reset off of having such a big streak. So MP9s are actively going searching here, and they will continue to find all on 210, who's found a pretty great time in here, if we're being honest. But
it's been held.
I I think they're more paranoid about the possibility of an A flank than they are of one in B.
Yeah, definitely.
It still allows Swarmies to be aware enough to have a glance, and 2070 will win that anti-eco flawlessly, not losing a man.
Gotta say, I quite like that P250 skin.
I don't. So, I'm glad. See, that's the thing. Every skin, someone likes them, however bad they are. There you go, I know what to get you for your next birthday.
My skin's worth $4,000.
Not that I've ever got you a birthday present. Round number 15, though. Scoreline's got significantly closer.
Yeah, look, and I think 2070, I think they feel like they deserve to be a little bit more in control here. And don't get me wrong, although they are trailing, I don't think they feel like this scoreline is against them. They have looked really good on their T side, although only finding 4 rounds. And now that they are kind of on their favoured side, things can look really positive. You just have to look back to their recent performances on Ancient. A 55% win rate on their CT side, opposed to a 40% on their T side. So, right now, I think 2070, they are still in a good position. Although having, you know, a really tough time of things on their CT side. Late taking middle here from Velox. Going to be using a majority of that kind of final utility here to take space. And 2070, I think reactively they're going to push some players into cave and obviously maybe take some space in A main. 2 to Hen, not prepared for Swarmy's position. And now Roz can get an easy upgrade on weaponry. This fight in A main is going to be everything. If MBL goes down, oh, not the best spray I've seen in a while. Man advantage though. Velox. They're disadvantaged. They got to take space. ABM does it here towards CT. Angelo again, though, in main. Great find. Johnny Boy, though, with work to do. ABM, low HP. Will get found by Roz, and it's all on Johnny Boy. Johnny Boy's done really well in these retakes on the CT side, but the post plants on the T side, he can't win that one. A great clutch for Roz. And it gives another round here for 2070.
A little bit too overzealous there in that retake, I'd say, from the CTs. You see Reddy just sort of swing out very freely towards CT. Not even ready for someone to be that advanced through the smoke. Gets completely caught off. Angelo does really well to find one, but they just feel like they rushed the retake, honestly, more than they need to. Roz definitely dug them out of any issues there with massive 1 versus 2 at this stage in the game.
Yeah, big clutch. Kind of a potential series and Swiss stage determining clutch. We will see the main brunt make their way towards middle, and Angelo peeking will find one. Roz with the nade of the smoke takes down Johnny Boy, and this gives enough time and kind of takes enough threat away from the T's. 2 to Hen and Timo all that remain, but Lilzinho with a double. Orb can be saved. 2070. That's a moneymaker round there. A lack of casualties is going to be so vital if they want the chance to find things here on Ancient.
Yeah, Angelo probably a little bit annoyed at his teammate in Lilzinho for actually covering the position where he gets taken down from in A main, but you only lose one player. It's half by.
I don't think he died to the A main player.
Yeah, it was teammate that killed him in A main.
Did he have a Tech 9?
Yeah.
I have to fact check that one. I thought it was the donut player that got him.
99% sure, but I mean, I know I'd be annoyed. I mean, look, it's still a round victory that they only lose one player in. Money's been built up to a decent enough standpoint and a leveled up scoreline, more importantly, from a game where Velox was struggling to do anything. Reddy's timing looks
How has that
great,
gone against him?
ABM somehow just had a bit of a glance there.
Yeah, just a realization. Oh, well, he could have actually got a timing on me.
Yeah, I mean, mid was actually undefended at the time, so maybe I'm going to look for a mid peak?
Yeah,
Either way, for ABM, it's perfect for what it is. Angelo here with the AWP has really turned his game around after that sort of blunderous clutch attempt from him on the T side with too many missed shots.
Yeah, bomb going down now. Timo blinded, but still finding. 2 versus 3 now. Velox in control. They've taken all their space towards CT, aware that the final players can only come from cave and ramp.
I think it needs to be a save. I think as soon as they smoke off towards cave again and they know there's a player in CT, what that just indicates to the CTs is that, okay, the T's are aware that we are both going to be in hero ramp. Our avenues to actually retake this now are just completely reduced to being very, very predictable. The money's good. Let's make sure it stays that way.
I think we got to say, if Reddy doesn't go down there, if he finds that kill, we're looking at a very different round. Fair few missed shots there, though, from Johnny Boy as well. He was kind of posted up in a couple opportunities to find there, and I believe it was the casualty for MBL that was at the cost of the missed shot from Johnny Boy. Not an easy shot, but Velox take the lead once again. He resumes success here and get that first round on their T side. 2070 do still have to be cautious. Although they might feel they're in control of this game, all it takes is a couple mistakes and Velox will find Ancient. Johnny Boy looking for an early peek here in Cave. 2 to Hen. Nade and Molly combination, Ready. Forced to drop the smoke. Ready found there by 2 to Hen. Ready, that's the casualty again. First loss of life for 2070 in the last 2 rounds now. The utility's been excellent. Double nades onto Swarmy's position. And he's going to be begging Angelo for that AWP.
Yeah, I think we need to see a bit more from Swarmy to support his teammate. Yeah, it's got to be another save again. 2070. Round over here. No chance of being able to bring this one back, but they will have at least a little bit of a look in.
It's just that kill in Red Room, yeah. It just completely changes the whole round. It's not easy, it's a 4v5 with a low HP player, but...
Great Veto uses, though.
Yeah, absolutely excellent. Forces Swarmies off. Obviously, it's kind of the main reason that Reddy goes down. He's forced to drop his smoke. I wouldn't have actually minded him kind of staying in that position.
I mean, that's the thing. It feels like he was a bit let down by his teammate, who could have smoked him off as well. Even provided some cover fire for the player who's spamming at Reddy. But, yeah, nothing came through. It felt like Swarmy was just sort of froze up a bit. It seemed at any sort of contact made towards his teammate. As, yeah, that support just was not offered there whatsoever. But 2070 will be able to keep these weapons alive. There isn't any major hunt going on from the T's. So another buy can still come out.
Yeah, it's going to have to be weapons dropped over by Angelo, though. He can drop over a FAMAS as well. Obviously, with the change in price. It will be an MP9 just invested by Roz. This is the round to do it. If 2070 lose this, it's going to be so tough. Velox, they can continue this streak. I'd be very worried if I were 2070. Steps made here. Going to be her. Lil Zenio dropping the Molotov. The tease, it looks like they're playing through this, but the timing, the spacing, not great. Roz fully blinded here. MP9 in hand. We'll be able to get one. I think after he gets that kill, he's got to just back away. He's got to realise, well, I've kind of missed my timing for the second, and Reddy, same goes for him. He gets a kill, but he just stays too out in the open. Far too easy for Johnny Boy. Now Swarmies is going to take it. He's going to look to find some space. They see the boost. Swarmies is already in this smoke. Out of it, though, and ABM elevated up. Smoke towards main, though. Johnny Boy. Got to be aware that he's towards main because of the boost. I think a full stick here could be the play. Out of the smoke is Johnny Boy. Missed shots from both AWPers. Kill has to come through now. I don't know if there's enough time. It's going to be so close. I think he's got it. Great clutch from Angelo. Another 1 versus 2 here from 2070. It was Roz in the last. But you've got to say, Roz with the MP9, Reddy with the rifle. They get their kills, but they just look to fight more. If they back up, they've got rotating players in. They can just wait. It seems like 2070... a little bit kind of worried and players feeling that they've got to do more than they need.
I mean, it does feel frantic. It definitely does feel very frantic from them. It looked like that with the retake we saw beforehand with Roz, where he had to win that 1v2. It does feel like they want to try to rush in. They've got themselves in a good spot. Now let's punish. We've got these quick rotations. Let's quickly overwhelm them before they can get anything set up. When they're in a pose plant, let's speed this one up. Let's not give them any time to settle. And it can work, but you've got to be extremely well coordinated. But you saw a lot of individual fights, and that's the issue.
Yeah, massively. Ready, alone on the bomb site here. MBL close enough to get the eventual trade. Not the greatest of sprays, and with MBL being so low, he can be taken down with ease here. Lil Zinho gets one, doubles down, third of the round, and Johnny Boy in an impossible clutch with the flank of Roz. 2070, it's another round for them. They level up the scoreline now 10 apiece, and with the finances of the T's a little bit awkward for Timo, this could be their last buy, and now you question, well, Velox, you're in this scenario where if you lose, it could be game over. Round 21 here could decide the fate of both sides. 2070, it's a factor of whether if they lose, they've kind of lost their best chance for the series. And for Velox, if they lose this one, there's that potential that they go down 0-2 in the Swiss stage.
I mean, luckily for Velox, it is that full loss bonus. So even if it does come to a point where they've got no money in the bank, they will still have a decent enough buy. They can still get Galil's out. So there's never going to be an easy round for 2070. And of course, if they get a bomb plant or anything of the sort, financially, they're going to be pretty alright. The only weapon they might be missing a bit is Johnny Boy's AWP, which certainly has had a decent amount of impact as of late.
I always like this angle. I think Lil Zinho is going to be quite happy. That's 2 kills that he's found through the smokes. I always like that angle because I think it's a real kind of caught out in the open angle. Because players are never going to be expecting someone just elevated up there. Especially with the high pressure that this game has to add. I think this is where you imagine 2070 are going to want to play the kind of the most disciplined, the most structured CS, making sure they don't make the mistake. And I think an angle like that can always catch players out. But it is going to be this late play through middle here from Velox. Already a man down, lacking in utility. They've got the 2 Molotovs, 3 flashes, and 1 smoke grenade. And obviously that's enough for an execute. But Roz sending that smoke down. Bit of a risk. Questioning whether to push through or not. They opt for the latter. Swarmies rotating in. He would have heard all of these steps. Great position from Swarmies. Oh, not the greatest of initial shots as he doesn't find, but he gets a double. Pans out perfectly. The sidearm of Swarmies getting that 3rd kill as well. And Velox now is 2-10 in a 1 versus 5. Not a single point of damage has been inflicted to the 2070 side. And we actually don't see any damage taken. A perfect round for 2070. Finances couldn't be better for them right now. Velox now troubled with whether they should invest or not.
Yeah, this is the weird thing, because Dutan actually had, I think, $900 in the bank. Maybe a little bit less. He was in a solid enough spot. MBL had a tiny bit of money as well. So, realistically, I wouldn't be surprised if they were sort of encouraged to actually go for an investment like this, because obviously there's a good chance of giving up 12, but they've opted against it. I think the biggest turnaround for 2070 has been 2 players that you highlighted, Roz and Swarmies. They're both positive now, Fred.
Yeah, they were what, 2 and 8, 2 and 7?
Yeah, so negative. Huge turnaround just from these 2 individuals. Swarmies up against the Tex, able to handle it and get a double. Sprays for a bit more, but players around, and Swarmies could get overwhelmed on the bomb side, actually. At least gets 1 more before going down.
Yes, brilliant. The 3-on-2 now. There's so much utility remaining here for 2070. I think this is where sometimes you can kind of get a little bit overwhelmed with the amount of util. Everyone kind of saying, well, I've got a smoke, I've got a flash, I can send a molly towards default. I like what they do there. They send the molly on the left-hand side, and they just hold with the AWP. I think sometimes you can overcomplicate your own retakes, and that's where some kind of difficulties can lie. But weaponry in hand, it works out well. It's going to be a perfect buy for 2070 here. And this could be the last round here of Velox's time in this series. A loss will cause them to go 0-2 in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, they've got 2 rounds they need to win to bring things to overtime. And I'm at a bit of a loss in terms of how we're even here. This was
been great, though.
It was 8-3 for Velox. They looked unstoppable.
I think this has been a great game overall. I think this map of Ancient has had that excitement. We've had so many clutches. We've had great retakes from Velox. Kind of a T-side performance from Reddy that maybe not got the rounds, but look how much damage has already been inflicted. Roz, he can get himself a double, and now Lil Zinho in close proximity. MBL gets the trade, and Johnny Boy looking to accelerate here. Angelo, it is all going to be about timing. Once this smoke fades, but he's prepared, he's ready, aware that this could be someone in the cubby. Angelo, great awareness there. And now a 1 versus 3 for Johnny Boy. He had huge moments on Anubis. Yet when he went silent, the rounds were similar. And now, a 1 versus 3, a minute on the clock. And a massive question as to where these final 3 players reside. And sadly for
Of
Johnny...
course it's on Johnny Boy, though.
Yeah, obviously.
Of course it's the weight on his shoulders. It was like one of the only bright sparks for this Velox side on map number 1 and map number 2 here. He's going to be peeking into Donut.
Yeah, but look at Swarmies. Yeah, it's done. Swarmies' position, far too good there. Massive turnaround, as you said, from both Swarmies and Roz and Lil Xenio as well. Look, they were the 3 players I pointed out. Everyone stepped up there. And to be honest, Charlie, it was what? 15 and 7, I think, for Reddy. He ended the game with 19 kills. It was everyone but Reddy who kind of got those rounds for 2017. But obviously, Charlie, with that, they go 1-1 in the Swiss stage now. They've got kind of a decent record, and they certainly can make a push for the kind of higher stages. But what are your thoughts after that one?
Yeah, I mean, I want to dive a little bit more into sort of just the individuals on that map number 2. You mentioned, obviously, Reddy. Yeah, it felt like he wasn't the key that they really needed, that 2017 required to sort of unlock the solution to Ancient. But I definitely do think he was the player that kept them in that game in the first half, and it's definitely a big reason as to why they were even able to fight in that second half. But yeah, it certainly was the rest of the team that stepped up to a level that they weren't there at all in the first half. Very, very absent from what feels like the whole side. You mentioned at one point, Reddy had 1 kill less than the whole of his team combined. It speaks volumes. But yeah, massive moments, huge clutches, big individual plays from 2017. Do I think it's a perfect gameplay that they've got on Ancient? God, no. But do I think they had enough to be able to dig them out of the issues that they had today? Yeah, and I think clearly they displayed that. Obviously though, Fred, on the flip side of things for Velox, it was always going to be a tough spot that they found themselves in, kicking things off in this series. They couldn't play with Max in this one. Yep. Obviously, we're still not sure what's going on with Timo, if he is going to be a permanent addition or if he is also a stand-in for this roster. And if that's the case, 2 stand-ins is always brutal. And obviously, believing going into today that Max was going to be ready and fit to play. Yep. But obviously, external issues, power, internet, whatever it is, yeah, it's always going to be an issue that sometimes sadly can just occur. But Velox, they certainly had some glimpses. You look at map number 1, how dominant that one was at the start of Anubis, but how far they fell afterwards. And then obviously a great spot to take Ancient as well. It did feel like if they had maybe that 1 piece extra, maybe if Max was in the server, that could have been what they needed to take this series. I think the only real way we'll be able to find that out though is see how they do now from 0-2. Yeah,
definitely not an easy spot to be in, and obviously the rest of the games for this evening are going to be those similar 0-1 games. Obviously we can kind of bring up the schedule for the remaining part of the day. But look, I've got to say, Velox, there were some nice pieces there. I've got to say the retakes were really nice. It was well drilled. It seemed like they had great systems in place and great kind of contingency plans. But overall, Ancient and Anubis, they just weren't good enough. And I think we know that this Velox side, they still are trying to find that kind of solid 5, and clearly it's been kind of quite tough for them. Look, I think in another world we could have seen Velox take that, and then there's a question of what happens on Nuke, but it was great kind of mental resilience and individual brilliance from the rest of the 2070 side, because obviously we've touched upon how heavy Reddy was hitting, yet no one else stepped up, but obviously at the end of the game, everyone on kind of similar kills. So I think for 2017, an impressive comeback, a necessary comeback as well. Yeah, for Velox, they now go 0-2. Obviously, we do have 2 more games this evening. It's Bounty Hunters Fee against Praso Clan, and then Game Hunters to face Pain Academy. Obviously, those games will be kicking off in about an hour or so, but they won't be with us. They will be with the wonderful commentary duo of Exner and Paladin. So if you guys are staying tuned, make sure to show them too some love. But before they do kick off the action in that 3rd series, we will be jumping to a prolonged break.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Yo, what is up, everyone? Here at CCT, we're rocking in South America once again for a series number 8, I believe is what we're on here. Yeah, we're rolling through these series here in season 2 so far. I'm Exner. I'm joined here by the one and only Paladin. Looking forward to carrying forward the rest of the day here. We have 2 more best of 3s remaining. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be in South America. What do you make of it?
It's exciting. Yeah, I think exciting is the word that I would use to describe these games. Well, we're in the 0-1 bracket, and we've got Bounty Hunters FE taking on Praso Clan. I'm going to be completely honest. I think this is out of my depth. I feel like I have a pretty good knowledge base of South American CS, but we're getting on the outskirts of it here. But I'm excited to watch the Pain Academy and Game Hunters later on today. I think both of those 2 teams have some exciting players to talk about. This is the group standings so far, and honestly very excited to see who will join the likes of your Sharks, your Fluxos, your Audix. A lot to like about how the playoffs are looking, but yeah, I would like to see Tropa to VSM have another chance, maybe Dusty Roots as well, get their feet wet in playoffs, but that's kind of how I'm seeing it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Always like to see Dusty Roots in the mix there. You know, it's a great name. But that being said, as you highlighted here, we're kind of kicking it in the teams that right now have kind of kicked things off a little bit rough. 0-1, not the ideal start to the Swiss stage for either one of these teams, but I got to watch a little bit of Praso when they were playing up in their opening matchup versus Uno Mille. They for as much of a team that doesn't quite have as much proof here, they really put up a great fight in their opening matchup there. Saw a lot out of Pav. It felt like he was really trying to push them to the finish line, but you also had Lindsay there and looking pretty good. So looking forward to seeing more of that and seeing what they can really bring to the table. I mean, that Pav and Lindsay for me are definitely the 2 more known quantities. And then you bring in this young RZK player who can maybe look to be more of the future here in the Argentinian scene that has been grinding so effectively. So definitely looking forward to seeing what this roster's made of here and seeing if they can get back on track.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like they've been a part of some good organizations as well. Boca Juniors, if I'm not mistaken, and Crew. So both of these guys being around the Argentinian scene for as much as they have is a good thing. It shows that there's a little bit of development going on there. And I mean, I'm really happy to see that Argentina is still getting a lot of love from a lot of different organizations. You see the work that Bestia have done and how they're moving away from the Argentinians, but there's still plenty of talent across the board in this region, and we'll get to see what they have in store for us and if they can make that run all the way to the playoffs. Of course, still a very deep pool of teams still available, and 0-1 is not the worst situation to be in. You've still got 2 lives, of course, and they're going up against the Bounty Hunters female roster. And honestly, I haven't watched any of the Bounty Hunters play in the female version anyways. But to me, I always see these rosters as a great opportunity for them to get their feet wet in higher tier competition and see basically where they're at in terms of their development. How much closer are they to becoming a mainstay within South American esports?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm interested to see here kind of what this roster is able to do. I mean, obviously started out up against a very tough squad there when they opened up their matchups versus Elevate, and that didn't go as well as they'd hoped, but I think there's room for some growth here, room for some improvement. I think the Swiss stage kind of a perfect format to do that here. 3 reps guaranteed at the very least. If you win, some more of that, and I think we see this roster continue to be able to put up a fight here and try and rise in the rankings. It's going to be this squad finding themselves in a very good position quickly. I want to see if they can really put up that fight, because unfortunately, I do think for as good as some of these matchups and some of the teams that they've already played have been in the Swiss stage, we're looking at Praso, who have also, I think, remained very competitive and really had a 2-0 that they got swept in their opening matchup, but it was both 2 very competitive maps that I think came down to some last minute, situations that they couldn't quite come out on top in. So going up against another good team here in Bounty Hunters FE is going to be a bit of a challenge, that's for sure. But I'm interested to see how they're able to bring the fight here and what they can do. And I guess we can kind of see what battleground we're going to be playing on here, what maps we're going to be looking at in this best of 3. Not too many reps here so far for the Bounty Hunters FE squad here in 2025, but getting rid of Train out of the gates right there, not too interested in picking into that one. Last time they played up against Elevate, they did pick Dust 2, so I want to see if they do that again. They try and run that one back.
Yeah, let's see what the pick is for the Bounty Hunters, and yeah, they will go to Dust 2. Simplify things, of course. I mean, I do think that it's a bit risky to pick into this, but honestly, not the end of the world. Prosso going into Nuke, something that they've been playing quite a bit, but that's the problem with vetoes like this, and when you're in the Swiss stage, is like you can't really go into punishments. Like it really just has to be like, okay, am I picking into my strengths as a team, and just hope that the other team's fundamentals on the map isn't as sharp as mine, and you're really trying to back yourself rather than find a cheeky angle in the veto or something like that. But yeah, that's gonna do it. Dust 2, Nuke, and Mirage, and I honestly think that this is all the staples that you could want for in a South American game. So I'll be very curious to see how their fundamentals are looking here.
Yeah, I mean, Dust 2 has been a map that, you know, on top of that, Praso have been able to succeed on quite a bit, and I like the idea of Bounty Hunters FE as a team here playing to their strengths at the moment, instead of really trying to, as you highlighted, part any sort of weaknesses and not go for the necessarily underdog pick, but play with your confidence. So we'll get to see very quickly if that works out well for them. We're ready to hop into Dust 2, get into the action here. See what these two teams are made of here. Praso, we've seen what they can do on this map. We'll see if Bounty Hunters FE can offer up the resistance. We're gonna see them start out on that T side. The HUD swap, but got in store first here on the opening pistol. Gonna slowly launch Outlaw. Maybe a delayed take here, ready with the flashes, as you can see, but not going to be met with any resistance. That's moved across, and a couple of flashbangs used as well.
The crossbow comes in, and I think they're just considering whether or not it is an A play, but they'll be met with a force full of lead right away. Pav finding 1, but 5. Sick headshot there to open things up here. This long scale is looking mighty fine. Taps away. Valentina gets 1 more, and bomb should be plantable at this point. They're still taking their sweet time, but Vi is continuing to tap away heads, and it's just Lency remaining, and he's been spotted out. It's just a matter of time. That's a swift and decisive take from the Bounty Hunters, and honestly, pretty solid shooting as well.
Yeah, I mean, getting started off with a little bit of disruption as well. They lose out in the opening duel, but from that point forward, don't miss a single chance to capitalize. Run down the player in car, chase into that bomb site, and threading into that very quickly and effectively to start off well. We do got the force buy back in play here. We've got Scout in the mix. Everyone else buying up into pistols or MP9s. Dust 2 Scout can be very scary. I like the setup that they're going with here early on for Praso. Boost elevating onto Catwalk. Lower dark push as well, so already looking like we've got the details nailed down here on Dust 2, but again, Bounty Hunters FE taking a delayed long approach here, just like on that pistol. It's starting to spread that defense thin. It's putting a lot of pressure on Destiny. This lurk presence. They go down. It means that they lose a little bit of space here on the tunnel side of things, and it gives all the information here to Praso. This might force them to speed up here on long.
Yeah, and the rotations are actually coming in, which is a great thing to have. Beautiful little collateral there from the Scout. But they're still going to scale regardless. There's still potency with these AKs, and that spam is splendid from Bernardina. Bomb will go down, and now Vi can activate, and she's still having so much impact at this point that this retake is still going to have some concessions to be made. But the headshot from Hez, beautiful work. Dottie to chime in as well. Through the car, and Praso bite back with the force by I mean, honestly, Bounty Hunters had the nice scale through. They had the bomb plant down and still just could not find the necessary incisions back. And you got to just give credit to Hez on that scout, fighting so much damage and impact to make those deagles sing later.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic work. That scout damage, as you said right there, that collateral to kick it all off there. Hez continuing to wreak havoc with that scout as well. Makes the job easier for everyone else to win out in their head-to-heads and their duels. MP9 becomes a whole lot stronger even at range, and a couple AKs picked up for the troubles. A Galil for RZK as well is a dream scenario for Praso on the CT side, despite losing the pistol. Being able to bring in even better weaponry into round 3.
Get a focus on this mid play. What a ripper of a headshot there from 11. They've been trying that boost a couple of times now, and it hasn't been noticed, but now that it has, it's been punished. And that does slow things down. It turtles up Praso on both ends of the map. There's still a fight here from Dottie, and also punished. So that's a gun recovered. Another potent attack brewing here on the long side. And it's only Pav that's readily available to deal with this. So they're going to try to retake mid here, see if they can get rid of a lurk. And 11 will fall, but the jig is up. The cross is coming through, and there's another opportunity to Bounty Hunters plant.
A whole lot of success on the inbound there. Still have to get access into the site. That smoke making things a little tricky and challenging. Lindsay threads in another one while he's working through this. Into the pit, kind of stuck out. Eventually going to be chased down. Lindsay jumping up to cover off the last, and Praso able to recover despite a couple of tough losses early on. Hold steady and get by up against the force buy. It is a bomb plant though, and a couple of kills while they're at it. So happy with the damage. But might be forced to wave the white flag here on the force buy wars. Putting that one to rest with 2 in a row.
Yeah, required to save at this point, but their money will be healthy once they do opt to buy in. I do like that split-second decision there from Praso, knowing that they've lost long, they've lost a couple of picks. You've got to gamble in some situations, and rather than pushing into upper tunnels again, just crunching in the middle, icing out information, and putting the pressure on the T's to really get their long take into play. Now you got aggression in from RZK, trying to get a little bit more confident. Have there to make things a little easier as well. But this should be mopped up pretty easily. Dynasty doesn't even have armor behind this, so even though they're going to walk through the smoke, Lenty should have this dead to rights, and he absolutely will. 11 cannot find anything else, so it's just that single kill onto RZK. Praso slowly starting to feel a little bit more comfortable here on Dust 2.
Being able to offer up some fight up against the Pistols, that's more of a nice stable round right there for Praso to continue to get the ball moving. With the AWP here as well, Hez firing away. I believe he had a shot when that utility's being tossed in. There's that utility towards long here. Liking the late plays here. Rendina forced back after taking some smoke spam right there. And challenging once again. RZK blasted. Sideline there trying to get aggressive in towards long doors.
He just wants to get up and at him, and he's been punished multiple times now. And the Bounty Hunters look like they want to get a little bit more active off that pick, and sure, Lency gets one, but mid is wide open. This B-bomb site is completely understaffed. It's a simple call to make, and I think the Bounty Hunters have pieced this one together, so solid work all around just to create those pick plays and doing a lot with that space as well. So Dottie will try that last-ditch effort to come in through the CT spawn, and Pav's been spotted, so I mean at this point it should be a done and dusted round, even with the HP disadvantage that the Bounty Hunters have, but there's no way Pav's gonna know that, so Good work to the bounty hunters here. Solid little default. Good approach. And punishing the aggression that Praso have to offer early.
Able to open up there towards long has been Bounty Hunter's way of getting access there, being able to spread out there at the map as well, punish some of that CT side proactivity. Going to be a good sign for them to come here, especially when it comes to, you know, one round it's cat aggression that gets 1D'd out right there. It's kind of pressuring up long. You can deepen towards doors, that gets punished as well. So also on some of the early maneuvers going to be bested here. I do like this idea though. Last time it was a rifle. This deep angle, this time an AWP. Oh, what a great dodge on that flash right there. Small little sidestep to avoid it. And then a connection afterwards. Beautifully done from Hez.
That's a tough sequence to piece together, especially when that boost has been picked apart as often as it has. And now, Hez is completely maneuvered around to the other end of the map. Fighting in through long side, and he's found his man again. Now finally, 3v5. Bounty Hunters have not been in such a disadvantage before. Trying to manufacture something back with all these players across the map, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. If you want, you can call a save, but I mean, at this point, if you want to do a long scale, I think it's still a viable option.
Well, it's a great timing on that aggression. It's gonna have to be now this long scale. They wanted to make any more moves, but boosting up on the boosting up on the Lubin right there is gonna be sign of the concession here. I'll call it a day. Rasso able to sneak in some very crucial kills, keeping that middle side secure there with Hez and his AWP, shutting down the players trying to sneak by. Time taken away. Rasso going to close it out. Holding on to a couple of AKs and some utility here is quite nice. It will keep the buys rolling accordingly.
Like we have a little bit of a tech timeout. Just get that one sorted straight away. I gotta say, man, the nicknames in this game today, splendid.
Pav plus.
Cara de Banana, that's awesome.
I like Cara de Banana. Pav plus. Pav plus what
Pav
is
plus?
the question?
And what does it equal? We need answers.
Yeah, it feels like an unfinished equation there. What else?
Hez? You can't forget Hez, man.
Hez is good.
You can't forget Hez.
I like Hez.
You definitely do. I've heard
to the point.
You raving about it.
And 11 from that hit TV show Stranger Things. Wasn't a big fan of Stranger Things though, so.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Why not?
Didn't like it. I'm not a big fan of scary things in general either, so.
Okay, yeah, that's right. It's not that scary, man. Come on.
Scary enough. Look at this cache utility there.
Yeah, there's like 3 nades.
RZK's on HE the smoke duty right now, and he threw the smoke. Oh no, it's actually a T-side smoke.
Oh.
I thought they dropped 3 nades and threw the smokes, but yeah, that's a nice $900 there spent on.
Just gone in like 5 seconds.
Yeah, on pretty much nothing. I mean, you know, oftentimes that's kind of the case when it comes to HEs. You don't oftentimes get a lot of value out of it, but sometimes it's nice here. Like this position from Lindsay. Strikes on the first occasion though, and it does leave this side a little bit vulnerable. Seeing this underhand smoke as well on the back of sight a lot, and I feel like that goes about as well as you'd expect it to go. About as well as I've seen it go here. This is a crazy play though from Pav.
What?
Let loose through the window. Able to connect the headshot. Player to his left to be prepared for, but taking the long-range approach right now has teammates to cover. Dottie slides up the window as well. And the teammates arriving on the scene in time has to finish the job, and Praso just get where they need to be in time.
I have no idea how Pav is able to get out of the window there and get onto the ledge for some like key accuracy. That is ridiculous to happen, and the player in the back of the site drops that smoke, and I feel like Bounty Hunters had answers for almost everything. They had the nade to blow open the smoke and make sure that there wasn't any antics going on backside. There was enough chaos that was being dealt with through window side, through any players that were potentially running through doors, but it's a little bit too much firepower to get through, and they're just going to simplify things again. This time just charging in through those upper tunnels. But they've been stopped to an absolute halt by Lency. And Pav from the lower end has also axed one more. RD Banana now left in quite the pickle. But yeah, I mean, Praso shutting down this B side now, it starts to cause a little bit of concern for that T side for finding some early solutions in this half.
Trying a lot of targets towards B now is a little bit of a new direction. They've been liking some of the late long hits, just kind of delaying things out a little bit and then getting the executions rolling, but after a couple of missed attempts there, now heading pretty heavily towards B in these back-to-back rounds. Fairly off-spawn calls being put out and being shut down just the same. Just hoping for some sort of overextension, but Praso still affecting the situation. Just in time, Dottie will slide up, make sure that he can't make any moves towards the lower ton side of things, and Praso continue their winning ways here, up to 6. Trying to build in some foundation in the mix here with a couple of clean rounds as well.
Faster attempts have not been working. These mid-round plays through long haven't been working. What's the game plan here? How do you adapt in this certain circumstance? Because mid-control actually has been pretty good for them in the early stages if they want to take it. But they're going to continue to be unrelenting Praso. They're going to continue to nade open these smokes no matter the situation. And it's up to the Bounty Hunters to really fight for this space, fight for short now. Disposing 2 smokes to get up here. And Hez is on this angle. He's got a real opportunity to complete 1 kill and fall away. But there's the double molly. The double incendiary combo to really twist the knife. But the Bounty Hunters don't take all too much damage in terms of that cat scale, so they have an opportunity now to just call a cat XC and commit.
Yeah, this is definitely an opportunity here that they'll look to take. Still, though, getting met by Pav, who gets aggressive on Catwalk as soon as it execute. Really lifts off, supported by that AWP, which is a big challenge here to get past. Long-range spray for Dynasty. And getting closed out on from all angles right now. Any extra kills, not quite. Praso Clan overrun and quickly shut down that cat play. You know, it's a little scary when you see both those mollies get dispensed, because then you don't really have a great bit of utility to delay any sort of execution. But Pav is already in their face as the execution comes through, and you still have that op on Goose proper there, ready to fire up when the play heads his way. So, well prepared, well staffed is Praso Clan to deal with that pressure up Catwalk.
Do you think that smoke miss? That smoke missed the one actually on cat, because it felt like they had to go gray screen there, and that I don't feel like was intentional.
Yeah, I mean it did look like it was a little like too much towards the Catwalk side, not enough towards
like the ledge,
drop
right?
off or ledge, yeah. And then obviously Pav gets to play around it essentially at that point. But
it looked like 2 of those players are like semi looking at the wall,
right.
Because you're just worried about gray screen or a potential flash. So not the
Oh,
best kind of situation. I am surprised neither player shot a bullet
is-
there, but wow.
It's a crazy route to smoke off, but that's a crazy shot from 11. Beautiful on Lindsay, but RZK still holding up against the firepower there, keeps it in safe hands on that B site, loses his teammate, but does not lose the bomb site there, keeps it in Russell's favor. 8-2 here, and quick to move forward.
There you go. Dealt with the problem. No issues. And now, Hunty Hunters running out of steam, man. I mean, I really liked the pace at which they were approaching long to start off the half, but beyond that, it does feel like they've been struggling in the defaults. They're trying really hard to catch off Praso Clan in transition with like execing at like a minute on the clock, 45 seconds left on the clock, and unfortunately, they just haven't been getting those fortunate timings. They haven't been catching players moving across sites, and unfortunately their extremity players have not been causing enough rotation either. So right now Praso Clan can really do as they please, push pull across the map in whatever fashion they desire. But again, Bounty Hunters will claim themselves long. They still have that opportunity to long scale. It is the thing that has worked out for them the most, and they've gotten rid of an upper B player. So if there was ever an opportunity to call a long execute, it could be now, but already players rotating over.
Yeah, getting a lot of numbers in this direction because of that tunnel's control, but this could be a little bit alleviated by this mid lurk coming through from 11. Offering up a bit of a dynamic range to this round. That's going to be quickly shut down, though. Running the corner into Pav's crosshair. An easy prospect. And I'm going to aggress up long. Flashbang starting to connect. Keeping him at bay behind the smoke. Another HE to throw here. Hez tossing it in. And a little overexposed now as they struggle to make the cross accordingly. Another HE tossed in to blow open that smoke. Such difficulty. You miss out on really baiting out that utility. Dynasty gonna toss in another cross smoke, but they've already lost the pieces. They've lost the bomb. They've lost the round now, so there's no time left. Now it's about holding on to your weaponry. How much does the side of Bounty Hunters really, or rather Praso Clan, want to hunt this down? Nothing really to lose other than they would like to keep their AKs, so they prioritize the AKs. You can keep your guns, we'll keep ours. Bounty Hunters FE struggling to make it into that A-bomb site there.
That's just a perfectly timed nade. As soon as it does get kicked up, you've got 3 different levels of elevation to deal with. You've got a player on site, you've got a player cat, you've got a player elevator as well. It's just so difficult because I feel like if you do nade open the smoke and you're knowing that's happening as a T, you can at least try to select one target and just commit to that kill. But crosshairs all over the place trying to deal with the amount of options that you have, and nobody could really find a solution there. Always going to be defensive favored when they're set up in that formation. And now, Praso Clan really have an opportunity at just shutting the CT side out and already looking towards Nuke. But RZK, look at how much confidence he has at this point. Charging up middle. I mean, Brandina has no idea what hit him. It's actually Hez to find the next kill. But Kara does slow things down just a little bit with her kill back on a Pav.
Nice little trade.
RZK's found the bomb.
Oh. You're gonna need that one. Might be able to recover it, but no, Dottie's aggression actually works out and catches 11. Bit off guard here in the footsteps. This is a huge challenge. Is there caution with this AWP? Actually, we'll take a bit of a long-range duel here, keeping the distance effectively. Dynasty as well, covering off. But RZK's aggression up middle, gonna pan out for the finishing blow. Start to finish, finding that bomb. Early aggression up mid, they ended off strong. Praso move forward with a 10th. Double digits landed here in the first half, looking very strong in this opening map. As we knew, Praso very comfortable on Dust 2, showing just that here in this matchup.
Yeah, it's clear that they understand some key fundamental aspects of the map where you do lose one part of the map in Dust 2 like this on the CT side, you've got to gamble a little bit more. You've got to re-clear out positions and take some risks, and basically every risk in these rounds paid off for them. And eventually, they just had the confidence to just blow past the bounty hunters. And now, knocking on the door of stealing away their map pick. Praso now hold up in upper tunnels, completely pausing, mind you. Not anything too aggressive. Waiting to punish the other end. RCK does get dinked, but the name of the game still seems to be this B bomb site. But look at how many of these CTs are crawling around the lower tunnels.
Well handled though, Pav. Able to use the burst Glock right there for a couple of kills. All strung together. To a 3v3 though, still some opportunities ahead.
Look at Lency. Walking all the way around this A bomb site, and Praso have been able to evacuate the upper tunnels. I think the pennies dropped for one of these players to get a sound cue that they're moving back over to A, but are they aware of how aggressive Lency is? No. Ding to the face, and now Lency can back away. Now, how do they scale? How do they cross this long side is the real question. It's going to have to be facilitated by Lency. He's going to need at least one here to maybe relieve some pressure. Head spotted, and finally Pav completes it. And there you go. Pav knocking it down. Beautiful little triple kill there. And with how much attention that Lency was causing, it's just easy pickings there for Pav.
Yeah, it gets the ace in total in the rounds as well, just closing it out. Started off with the Glock burst, then shows he can be precise there and efficient with the USP. Do it all here for the side of Praso. We're going to see a full eco. One flashbang might be bringing out the tech here. Might be bringing out the Melba strategies.
Oh, yeah.
One flashbang, sit around the corner, wait for the aggression, and bam. There's a flashbang. Oh, Pav just ignores it right
that's
there.
A Melba result right there. That's the
about
result.
As good as it goes. They're bringing out the new tech. New tech for us, of course.
True. Oh, very old tech for anybody feasibly playing this game at a competitive level.
Strategies don't really clash with our squad, as well as I'd imagine professional players and even highly skilled individuals there. In playing communication, not our strengths, but looking like the strength of Praso. They got a 10-round lead, looking to move on up here in the opening map, and doing a good job of doing so here, dismantling this Dust 2.
I think they're considering running that strategy back as far as the long take is concerned. See, yeah, Dottie, I think, has a good enough spawn. There's a flash drop at the corner. That'll be another take. Two players to greet them on the other end. How does this clash go? It looks like the CTs don't want anything to do with that, so they'll back away, rejig the defense on the site proper, and they straight away, if Praso want to consider the long scale, they can. But they're on a bit of a timer here, as Dynasty has already cleared out the upper tunnels, and the bounty hunters can lean 3 or 4 to this A bomb site to try and deal with this scale.
Bringing in the reinforcements here pretty quickly. And totally looking to be tossed in. Are they just going to try and use that MAC-10 as the mobility? They've snuck their way across here successfully, so smoke's going to come through. They don't realize that they've already made the cross here. There's so much resistance ready to go on the site proper, but it's all being ducked out by Praso, avoiding so effectively Bounty Hunter's FE. They're running out of numbers here on the CT side. Good for one extra on the flank there. As we'll get that covered. Just Dynasty left standing up against 4. Able to use that FAMAS effectively. We'll see for how long. Scaling up Catwalk up against 3 is going to be a very difficult task, and tapped away from Lency. Lock it in. Praso Clan have map 1 in the bag. They close it out in very strong fashion.
Yeah, I think just great fundamentals from them. They understood the map pretty well. I like how they approach that CT side. I do like those late mid takes that they're trying to do if they're in a man disadvantage. The anchors did solid, and we switch over to that T side, and just a couple long plays looked solid there. And Now we move over to Nuke, more comfort for them, and I think they'll be gritting from ear to ear with the result of that first map and how they see the series result looking to pan out. But of course, there's still at least one more map to go.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, and that could be a map that we see a little bit more resistance come through. But again, Praso being able to step up there, showing some confidence, showing some fight there early on. Maybe Bounty Hunters having a decent little winning formula there with some of the long control. They get a couple of rounds, but that'll be swiftly shut down. The adaptation and adjustment comes on through. Knew could be a difficult battle for them as well as Praso Clan. Not only do they get a pretty comfortable map picked against them here, but now they get to kind of have their pick of the litter when it comes down to what they can pick up against the opposition. They get Nuke up next. We're going to be tossing this one off to a quick break before we get there. We'll roll out Nuke. And we are back once again here, ready to carry forward. Map number 2 is going to be played out on Nuke. I'm looking forward to it. Should be a fun map too. After what we just saw though from Praso, it's going to be a lot on Bounty Hunters FE to fight back here and to put up a little bit of resistance early on. Maybe with the CT side start, they can get the ball moving, but it does feel like the ball is firmly in Praso's court right now for the series.
Yeah, when I think about like underdogs in these kinds of situations, and I'm like trying to talk about like a game plan to maybe get them in the door, they kind of had that in terms of how they started Dust 2. You get the pistol, you get the conversion, and you start to slowly start to slide into the game and really feel like you can maintain the pace. They're on the T side as well. and yet they lose an eco, and that's pretty much the game after that, surprisingly. So it's really it's hard to write a game plan much better than what we just saw in Dust 2, and they're still gonna have to find a way to go past 2 rounds. Like, that's the worst part.
Yeah, that's definitely a difficult situation there. Struggles on the gun round success there. Now you want to kind of get the pistol rounds rolling as well. A lot of pressure put onto this ramp room already. Keeping the distance there. Nice tap out for Dottie to get blasted. Sideline and another one turning around there. Guard de Banana sniping away there. Lindsay almost fumbles on the shot and on the flank there onto 11. But with the back turn, still being able to connect it eventually after a short delay. Pushing out in towards that A side. It's still going to be some difficulty. Dynasty offering up some fight here from the squeaky door. And a 1v1 it comes down to Lindsay down low, but still connects the headshot. And Praso Clan, despite some sharp shooting from Bounty Hunter's FE, 2 bullets, 2 kills, as clean as can be. And the 5v3, they still cannot quite finish the job.
I mean, their pistols are clean, man. I actually really like their pistols, but this time around, effective fundamentals from Praso, split-second decision to move up to that upper site as soon as they claim hell control, and it's just the right play there, strategically. And even when they're into that crunch time scenario where you've got to deal with a player in squeak door and a player behind them. Hold on a second. 11 getting antsy outside. Let's go 1 for 1. But as I was saying, like, even in that kind of crunch time scenario, you still have like great fundamentals in trading there as well.
Yeah, and that's what they're bringing to the table right now. Now, hey, fundamentals looking out the window here for this one, but that's a great bit of awareness there from Dottie. Peeks forward there, fights towards ramp, and then also adjust quickly in that hut side aggression as well. CT side really closing out though the resistance here. Low and dropping into the fire. There's no safety on this A site. As late activating. Let's get shut down though. And Dottie clearing out this A side, unaware that there's another player around hut. Does still do his due diligence though. Dottie been unbelievably effective in this late round to keep it in safe hands. Post plant positioning, keeping the distance away from this MP9. Offering up a little bit of security. A little bit off guard there from Lindsay, but gets the call out eventually. And they'll be able to close it out. He drops the deagle for the dualies, though. What do you think about that one? Oh.
T-side dual Berettas. Let's just hope that he doesn't run out of his 30 bullets, is all I'll say.
And the dual Berettas also, like, have a little bit of a delayed draw time, right? So
right, yeah.
Not the best sidearm, but hey. Mac 10 drops his AK.
Look at him struggling to just break the glass, man.
That's good. Not even gonna use them, man. Go out flying with the dualies. You shouldn't have even bought the Mac 10. Just drop your AK and use the dualies in this round. This is the only chance you'll really have a great opportunity to use it. Levin just threading a kill there. Nicely done. Was that onto the... Yeah, the dualies hit the floor.
Unfortunately, I think he realized very quick. Oh, he just died straight up. Okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Well, he's got money with how much he racked up with that Mac 10, and
you can buy another pair of dualies.
He can. He should actually.
Only 300.
Actually, no, he's broke now. Broke boy.
So you can go ahead and reach out to @PaladinCS2 if you would like to flex on him, do a money spread, something of that nature.
Love a good money spread. Outside control here
right now with Lindsay.
for Praso Clan. What were you mentioning about Lindsay? Cool.
What's that?
What'd you say about Lindsay?
Oh, I said go band for band with Lindsay right now.
Yeah, good idea.
They just recently got an organization, so
that's true.
We're getting paid there. But Dottie, getting dinked, still manages to fight forward and punish a little bit of that lobby aggression, crucially, so they don't really have a lot of information right now for the CT side. Shut down in the lobby patrol there, and on top of that, Prosto Clan have snuck their way down secret, and you're not really seeing a lot of mobility from the CT side down and towards the lower side. Now, they don't go and clear out lobby, and they do make a very quick move. The question is it going to be a little late on the arrival? They're trying to rush it in to position here. Smoke goes in as well, but that's already the util set out for this T side to scale into the site. Up range there, getting shut down as well. Scara de Banana knocked out of the round. Hez just sniping away slowly but surely, punishing. They've got this late activation once again here on the Dottie Lurk in such an effective position. Getting a bit of a whiffage right there. But it's also that RZK can thrive. That's just a good teammate is all it is. He likes to let his teammates get a little bit of the wealth right there.
He's assist
save
maxing,
denied.
like Pie Thrower. Looks really good.
So he's just a support player. Just shot at the. I don't know how RZK never reacted. Awful fall, but then Dottie goes to claim it. Finishing kill there. And it is quick on the connection to seal the deal. Prosto Clan, though, dealing with the gun rounds with relative ease.
Yeah, it's just brutal for the bounty hunters to not be able to set the tempo anymore. I mean, they've chosen the CT side, and yes, that is nice to have, but with how Prosto Clan have been just dictating the pace and their approach to outside, there just isn't enough call and response from the bounty hunters. And you did have that little bit of a late response where they try to get downstairs, but I mean, the penny's dropping just a couple seconds too late. If you're still at the base of ramp there, as the exec is coming in, you're too late.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, already getting smoked off there, trying to thread in some aggression, some kills, but not given the chance to do so.
Ooh, here's a little bit more aggression now from bounty hunters. Going through secret stairs and instantly mollied away. I mean, usually I would like to see maybe a push forward, but they've had absolutely no intel as to how many players are behind the red container. Pav will continue his expedition downstairs, and I think a B-site split is on the cards here from ramp. Pav, use that snake in the grass, a little slow on his approach, but Kara will have to expend some utility, and Hez has found the necessary opening, a double opening, mind you, to that B-bomb site. As Pav opens the door downstairs, it should be an open and shut case. But it looks like bounty hunters are going to be completely eradicated via elimination and not bomb plant. So, Prosto Clan not letting the bounty hunters rest at any turn.
Not at all. Shutting them down at every facet there. I like the sequencing of calling as well from Prosto Clan. Last round, you only see a single kind of out-of-yard lurking presence. But 2 rounds ago here, you kind of put it into the mind of Bounty Hunters FE that you're going to have to jump on these rotates early, even if you see those cross smokes. If you don't count how many are getting down in towards secret, you know, just 2 rounds ago, you're going to feel the feeling of that heavy presence in that direction here. So, De Banana looking for some aggressive duels there, wins it out on RZK. Doesn't stop the speed, though, from the rest of the team, and caught a little bit off guard by Pav, dropping in that fire once again, eliminating as they toss it in so effectively under Heaven. And into that back silo. You still have to rotate down the vents from 11, struggling to make it into the site, and it's already looking like save formation here from Bounty Hunters FE at this point.
I think she was flashed there. That's the worst part. Dying to a Molotov while being blinded is just... You just feel like a pit in your stomach that... You know, I could have avoided it. I could have avoided it.
Yeah, the worst part is you don't know you're ticking until it's too late.
Right, yeah. Extraordinary job in this round. Splitting into main. Oh, can't eat that. Can't eat that. Ooh. Was the greed worth it? Was the greed for the smoke worth it? I mean, I don't know. He was probably get flanked on either end, either way, but you really wanted that smoke.
Well, as we know, smoking kills. In this case, smoke grenade. Grenade up there, not a chance really, as you said, though, to route away from that one, so well put together from Crossbow Clan, denying a lot of these saves here, making sure that they can't even really walk away with a lot after these rounds close out. Another eco into the mix. Lobby crunch. Be interesting. Dottie's been very effective though at punishing this, and in once again another position to thrive here. P9 looks to close the distance and does so. Able to find some impact, and all that information that Dottie catches is just going to queue up a much quicker approach down in towards the lower side of things here. They potentially could beat them to the punch as well. Yeah, I mean, can't make it down the vents really any longer. I guess they can. They do. And Lindsay in a position to surprise. Doesn't quite get the visual though on 11. That you can see the feet on his screen right there. 11 doesn't get identified though. Oh, and eventually Lindsay turns and calls back the rest of the roster to head in towards a wide open A site.
That's good work there to synthesize that together. If you're Vi, you just want to hold on to this. You don't want to get involved at all. There's no point at this point. And to make matters worse, Heaven has completely unwound the bounty hunter's approach. And yeah, Vi, you got to get out of here. There's nothing you can do at this point. Oh, did she make a step there? I guess she did.
I think it was.
Was it the silo player?
Yeah, it was Pav.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I would imagine. She still looks like she's walking it out here. Bomb is planted back of silo.
Yeah, is she okay
I just
here?
wonder. I think so. I'm gonna go with a strong I think so. Half her HP though. Bit
This
scary.
red container is made out of like titanium or something. Adamantium. Oh, Terraria. Chlorophyte? Is that what it is?
Chlorophyll?
No, not the actual real life chlorophyll. I'm talking about the Terraria armor. We've been playing a lot of Terraria recently.
I haven't made it that far.
Oh, you haven't. Okay, that's why I sound like a lunatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good, man.
So I was wondering what you were talking about.
Just show up to the server next time. Why don't you?
Sorry, I'm too busy casting CCT South America here. See outer yard aggression rolling out there. They get a couple of opening duels. They still have another presence. Nice op shot though. This time not caught surprise. 11 is able to eventually best Hez. Long flank, outer yard. Ends up working well. And Dottie, you should know and have a good idea as to where he's playing out here. He's been consistently hanging about as a lobby lurk of the squad. Taking down the low HP. Be able to be bested quickly. Bounty Hunter's going to be on the board here now. After a couple rounds deep. Able to lock themselves in. A nice defensive bit of success here. And it comes at the front of taking fights onto their own terms there. With that outer yard fight early on. And then having that op presence kind of floating around.
I think about the strength of Imperial FE and what they've done at the international stage. And they play a very unorthodox style where they are hyper aggressive around the map. They really try to set the pace on either half of the map. And it caught many teams off guard initially. Now, can they actually replicate that again? Probably not, because now it's Praso Clan to execute into this A bomb site. Players going through the smoke. 11 has an opportunity at a multi-frag. We're still at a 2v2. Bomb can still go down. And that makes things a little precarious. But Kara's got 2 flashes. So nice lineup here. Nice simple lineup. Could allow for Brandina to have a little bit of a round.
Oh, it's just going to be ignored here by Hez, though. Dropping in. Brandina making a lot of noise on this play. Slides forward with that A1S, though, effectively. Low HP as well for Lindsay. Smoke on top of that bomb. And he smoked himself off just seconds ago. in the mini side. You're going to anticipate this. He's got to get some smoke spam done. A bit of a desperate attempt. And he's going to eventually have to evacuate here, just prioritizing his life. His bounty hunter's FE able to make it 2 in a row. And then effective 2v2 clutch right there. Rolling up there, shutting down Praso Clan. It's Bradinia that wins the much important duel right there. And the back silo on the player with health. It does so cleanly to gain some access into this round and close it out.
It's more chaos, right? It's 11 pushing the smoke to find a multi. You've got players from all angles trying to just get involved and jostle up the communication just slightly enough that they've got an opening. And it works out to put them into a 2v2 and try to work it out. 11's going to continue the rampage outside, finding yet another frag. One crosses in Pav. I wonder if there was a sound cue given, and it looks like 11 wants to continue to chase. She's considering the possibility. Ooh. And I think Lenzi might have spotted a back here as well. Never mind. It should be a kill nonetheless, and 11 can escape safely. But 3v5, Praso Clan now starting to reel a little bit, considering how these early fights are going.
Yeah, they've got this full lobby control as well, on top of just clearing out secret side. So once you kind of chase things down in towards the single door and identify that there's no one else really to fight up in secret, you can plant your feet effectively. They're not going to respect the smoke. They've already moved past it at the moment. And they have kind of left Vi on a bit of an island here. She's left with her back against the wall on B. Having to do it all here at this point with no real close by rotates. We'll see how diligent the clear is, because this still is an angle where you can afford to just go 1-for-1 even and still come out positively here, put it into a 4v2. Tilting going to be tossed in. Door's going to be swung open here soon. Force and Vi to kind of shift up the positioning. Still though, Radinia able to step forward with 2 quick kills. And that changes the tides here. No time to really pull off a plant either. Lindsay gonna fall just at the tail end. Bounty Hunter's FE with 3 in a row strung together.
Yeah, and I was a little worried there for Vi with how deep Brandino was, but as soon as that control glass gets blown open, it's just a hard gamble that you have to make, and it's a pretty safe one, to be honest, considering no real noise upstairs. And then once she does arrive, it should be easy pickings. Vi does well to find one. And Praso Clan still, I mean, some of these chinks in their decisions are starting to show. There are maneuvers that bounty hunters can put into place to try and get themselves back into this game. But look at this. This is a little bit more dangerous to read. How do you read just a contact play out the ramp? And the answer is, I don't think there really is an answer. They're going to try to fight Brandina, and she goes down with nothing. The bomb should be able to go down, and this should be a nice bounce back here for Praso.
Yep. Pretty comfortable looking. They get access into the site there, punching in the digits for Hez, and this one forward. HE kind of giving you the idea that they're around this smoke. That's not the case, so they're calling it out a save. Dynasty fighting for control of the weaponry. Does so effectively to take care of Lindsay, and AK to be upgraded on as well, but moving out of this round here is Bounty Hunter's FE. And as you said, I mean, very explosive, contact-heavy approach coming through from Praso to move straight through the smokes with one flashbang as the cue to execute. And even though there was the op presence there of Kara, doesn't really matter, doesn't phase them. The flashes were too good. Flashbangs in towards CT spawn once again. Flash is looking good. Vi holding on to her. AK though, a couple of kills on the exit there, and Praso lose out on a couple of names. They will lose one to the bomb and 2 more from Vi. So to end off the half, yeah, they're gonna have all the tools actually. Maybe a little less so for Lindsay, but
yeah, should be good.
I think he got dropped an AK.
Has had a little bit of extra funds, but yeah, I mean, if you can still get 4 rounds, of course, this round still being a necessity at this point. Maybe there's a possibility, but We're also finding an answer downstairs this time around. Full of chaotic sequences from the CT side did net them 3, but now that the pace has been slowed down once more, things are getting a little bit more difficult to sow those same seeds of chaos. Nice flash, but Kara's a little quicker. Gets rid of Pav. And now Kara's trying to get the hell out of dodge. She's trying to rotate back in, considering this heaven play, this A play is coming through, and she hits the leg shot, no matter. And I don't know how she's alive, but she's still living to tell the tale. That being said, the upper side anchor has fallen. That means the A bomb site is under threat. C4 will hit the dirt there. And we're into the 3v3. Another doable situation for the bounty hunters, but they start to really got to use this utility and get a move on. There you go. Brasso will handle that 3v3 with ease. There was even a late flank available there for RZK, if I'm not mistaken. And
Oh yeah.
get it done. Everything you could ask for in that round for Brasso, and yes, they had a little bit of hiccups here and there in a couple of these late round situations, but they'll still be very happy with 9 rounds in total.
I'll take that any day of the week right there. That's a good strong half here, good foundation to build upon here heading into the CT side. Too many struggles here really for us, other than, like you said, the 3-round string there. That did look good from Bounty Hunters FE. But finding themselves another challenging position, we'll see what they can provide. With the firepower here on the pistols, as we said, they look pretty clean on these pistol rounds. A big asset to their game here. Long range, and it takes Pav a little while to lock that kill in, so bested by the P250 after a trade.
Ooh, they're considering the crunch in a mini here, considering they get that outside player, but Lency's doing some work with the dual Berettas. 11 does find a trade eventually, and Brandina can't nail the shot there, and that does put everything onto 11, but crunch from all 3 different sides. Brasso manhandle into that pistol, and now knocking on the door of that 1-1 record, because this game looks pretty much over.
Yeah, they're going to go for a force buy, and I think that's kind of a necessity on this T side. You can get very explosive. I thought they were going to go for a force buy. It's all Dynasty by Deagle and Armor, so I was convinced. But they will prioritize like gun rounds here instead. 11 just buying in a Deagle here.
The Exner D. Everybody saves and you buy a Deagle. Hey, it's bonus rounds, so.
Yeah, Banny just picks it up and knocks down a couple.
Yep.
Foolproof right there. They're hunting for some sweet ecos here. A little chase down onto Dynasty. Hearing those Glocks, got his ears ringing. He will chase him down 11. Does punish though with that deal. Unfortunately, not really recoverable here in anyone else's arms there. Probably going to move out in towards the A side. Well prepared by Lency. Brasso Clan punish the eco pretty comfortably. Setting their sights up against the pistol.
I got mine, has been said. I see it here in the chat.
Plus 300. Actually, minus 400 technically in total, but hey.
You gotta lose money to make money. That's what they say, right?
You gotta spend money to make money.
You gotta spend.
I don't necessarily know if lose money is the correct term. Not an expert though.
That's true. That's true. Well, outside control being the name of the game here for 11, and there was an opportunity where they were able to get into Mini, but through the smoke is a little bit overzealous. That'll be the opening pick for Brasso. Walkout from Brandina. Shield fall as well. And now it should be easy pickings for Brasso Clan. In the man advantage, Dynasty caught between a smoke and a crosshair. Use it Takara and Vi in the 2v5. Down 8 rounds and a map. Dire straits here for Bounty Hunters. And to make matters worse, they're being crunched from either side. So Brasso will notch themselves their 12th round and look to put this game into the sunset.
They do so with some style. 4 AKs. An A4 for Lindsay, about as good as it gets here, dream scenario. And again, this is about bouncing back here. Praso really had a tough 2 maps in their opening matchup versus Unamile. I thought that was beatable competition for them. They missed out on the chance to get that win, but being able to come back a little bit stronger here. Look to go 1-1 is what they're heading in towards. A couple kills away from doing that. They look to really sequence outside. Nice little contact play here. Has taken the first bit of approach there. They even have a player on top of Garage right now. But everyone's attention turned every which way, in which Pav will close it out in confident fashion. Praso Clan will fly by the opposition here in this matchup. Nice little 2-0 and moving up 1-1 in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, domination in every sense of the word, and yes, there were flashes of moments there from the Bounty Hunters, but unfortunately, Brasso Clan just get so much confidence in their system, just flowing with ideas and swings that it was just too much to handle at the end of the day. They'll notch themselves back up to the 1-1, rejoin Floripa Stars, and the Bounty Hunters, they will have to drop down to that 0-2 bracket where Nitro awaits, which I wouldn't necessarily want to play that team.
I would, because I think they exploded from their logo. I think they did die, actually. They're no longer a team.
Oh, actually, I had no idea. That's sad.
Yeah, you could.
I don't know. I saw Lucas and I said, hey, it's Lucas, man.
Yeah, they took their logo a little bit too serious, and they boomed as a roster. So,
oh, no.
And then accepted an invite to the Swiss stage, and now we're not playing. Either way, moving on there might be
so maybe they would like to draw Nitro then.
Yeah, pick it up there. But yeah, so far, so good for Praso in the recovery effort. That does leave us with one more best of 3, though, and that's going to be a little bit later down the line. We got Game Hunters and we got Pain Academy looking to play up against each other. I'm excited for that matchup here. Pain Academy, I got to watch them in a bit of a marathon matchup there. They fought tooth and nail for the last series after getting 13-1 on Dust 2. They made sure to get by 8 series points and take it into a third map just to get swept in the second half. But hey, you know what? They put up the effort there in map 2, and that's what I like. I like a team that works hard, and Pain Academy just that. Guys, that being said, we're going to be sending this one off to a quick break, and once we do come back, actually not a quick break, it's going to be a bit of an extended break. I just want to correct myself. We've got an hour and 45 before the next map starts, so stick with us here. Go get your snacks, go get some dinner, and we'll be back soon.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
And welcome back, everybody. We're here to carry forward more action here in CCT South America. I'm Exner, still alongside me, Paladin. We're ready to cover off our last best of 3 of the day. Exciting to see here. We obviously, again, are still sticking around in the 0-1 side of things. Pain Academy, eager to bounce back. They went the distance yesterday. Had a pretty exciting match that I got to catch versus Shinden. And of course, Game Hunters, who have had a bit of a rough start to the year so far in terms of the organization getting picked up and trying to prove to this organization that they can bring those results. Hasn't necessarily been there, but they're hoping that they can bounce back just the same here, Paladin.
Yeah, I mean, I actually have not even taken a look at the results as of recent. One best of 1 win in January, the end of January, and since then they have not been able to get a map off of anybody. But I look at this team and I see movement in terms of them changing around the core here and there. But for the most part, this core has stuck together for a long time. This is what ABR, Slashes, and PRT, if I'm not mistaken. Or no,
Mellow.
It's Mellow in there. Yeah,
Yeah,
Slashes is the new one. But yeah, they've been around for quite a bit, and I do admire that they are sticking together. I do think that there are so many of these like influx South American teams, very similar to North America, where they break apart maybe after a couple of CCTs. They try to run it and it doesn't work. But these guys have hung around for a while, and I think in some situations like the one we're in right now, it could actually benefit them quite well against the Pain Academy squad that I think is still kind of working through the kinks of like, you know, how to be professional players and how to play at this level of the game and how to try to be, you know, a playoff contender or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I will say here on the other side of things here, because I mean, Game Hunters, as we've highlighted, looking good. But for the Pain Academy squad, we're kind of staring down the barrel of exactly what you just said. It's the opportunity to grow in a project that I really like. This Pain organization, I think, makes a lot of great changes and you know, brings in some really good talent for the squad. I do think that some of these talent that have been on this academy squad have been kind of developing for quite some time, which maybe offers up a little bit of a red flag, but I do think this team has some serious potential when you look at the names. I mean, what I've seen out of Demo so far has been fairly incredible, just 17 years old, and he has proven so much in terms of his anchoring ability, massive availability to get these multi-kills for his squad, and I think it's only, you know, time before we see him start to move up and become more of a name staple piece of the puzzle here for either Pain as an organization in the future or for some other organizations in the future throughout South America. But, you know, Leggy also one of those more experienced pieces. It just seems like the biggest trouble that this roster faces from what I saw yesterday was they started out so miserably, and it took them a long time to warm up. They didn't even get really much access yesterday on Dust 2, the opening map. Just looked like they were mad nervous. And then in the next map, they fight up against 8 series points. I don't know how they did it after how much confidence they were lacking in that last map, but they managed to string it together and fight through an incredibly difficult matchup, and then kind of lost out a little bit of momentum and felt like they ran out of gas in the decider. But if they can kind of string things together and show more of what they delivered on Anubis throughout an entire series, I do think this is a academy team out of South America that can actually do damage compared to what we kind of expect out of a lot of academy teams, which is, you know, okay, we have one good piece. Hopefully this one good piece can kind of carry us, and then that good piece goes to a bigger organization to try and develop, as opposed to staying on an academy squad. So I'm hoping to kind of gather that out of this Pain Academy squad.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, we've had many upgrades from a lot of these different academy sides. But as you said, I don't think that any of them were remotely competitive. Even when the We Play Academy League was around, you looked at Fury Academy and MIBR Academy, and they were at the bottom of the barrel every season. And yet, somehow, both of those teams had tons of upgrades. So I'm always going to be for Academy projects to actually occur, and it's great that Pain is doing it as well. I'm excited to watch some of these players, like as you mentioned, Demo, and I believe Leggy is playing some of his former teammates as well. So I think that wrinkle is kind of interesting when you consider how long they've played together on Corinthians. I think it's ABR that he's played with the most. So that'll be interesting. But yeah, I don't think there's really much bad blood between any of these teams at this point. It's everyone's just hungry to get some more experience, but it's no major final. But I'm sure that'll be something interesting to keep an eye out on.
Yeah, I don't know. That is interesting here. It's not been a lot of reps for Leggy as well, right? He's still a young player in this academy squad, so it's interesting that they have crossed path there, as many players in the South American scene will do. Got Inferno banned out of the gates here for Game Hunters, which I think, you know, if you're paying Academy, you're probably pretty thankful for after what I saw from them yesterday. They didn't really have a lot to their T side developed. We don't get to see Train here once again. You know, you come on and Train is always banned here. I've been watching so much Train in the Swiss stage so far, but you know, they waited for you to avoid it here. Dust 2 going to be picked out by Game Hunters. And again, this is a map that I think Pain Academy, they, for such a young team, kind of look like they're playing old school Dust 2. It's a lot of long emphasis. It's a lot of off-spawn long plays. Whereas I think a lot of teams, you know, with an up-to-date format of Dust 2, put a lot of focus in on Catwalk. So really interested to see if they can update their game plan here for this matchup compared to what they brought together yesterday. Ancient going to be the map pick here, which makes me think Anubis probably for the decider. I don't think Pain would be interested in banning that here to close it out. And yeah, that's exactly what we see here to finish off the job.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how their Dust 2 develops, because I honestly feel like after watching that previous best of 3, the fundamentals of teams in South America on this map is fairly high. I'm surprised as to the call and responses that we had previously, and I'd like to see if Pain Academy have taken a leaf out of their book and whether they have some developments of their own, because yeah, as you said, if you talk about more up-to-date Dust 2, it is more short heavy, mid heavy, feigning splits over to that B bomb site, and if that development is there, that'll be interesting to see. When we go over to Ancient, I'm not still very sold on either team. There's actually a lot of tape for the Game Hunters, 18% map win rate, which is a little worrying. But we'll see if Pain Academy have some read there. I don't necessarily know if they're picking into that necessarily just because it's a punish pick, but I guess only time will tell. But Dust 2 is live, folks. We'll get right into it. Game Hunters looking to snap their map loss streak against a Pain Academy side that is very hungry to complete a best of 3 win, unlike their first game against Shinden.
Yeah, eager to do that here. I think this young squad, if they were able to discuss what went wrong in that last map, they should be able to do just that here. It's Suge out of the gates, though, getting challenged in towards long, and he lights up a couple of crispy kills, and then that's where the re-aggression rolls out. There's some difficulties getting out a long door now, and they need to. The bomb is dropped on the other side. Mello making his moves forward, but they do find the trades back and forth here. Smoke spam traded out, and somehow a 1v1 with Marks left last man standing up against a 1 HP Mello. He's going to cover off his flank here up against the dual Berettas. The raid boss setup right now, but a long-range P250 shot can do him in. Spotted out now. The information given over, and hearing this run away. He wants to just land this kill. Mark's such an advantage with the low HP bar, and all it requires is one shot with 2 guns onto Mello to get the job done.
I think there's a real worry there for Marks that if Mello does get the first shot off, he might be a dead man, and sometimes the inaccuracy can be a cruel mistress for the dual Berettas, but man, did this round get close. Mello doing so much work through that cross smoke, and I believe that was AVR to get another one as well. They're going to force into this, the Game Hunters, even without a bomb plant. Mello on that scout, considering he got those 2 kills. We'll see if he can get any impact on that sniper, but right now, Pain Academy looking to dish out some damage with a ton of rifles on the board, mind you, so they will have some concessions to be made in regard to utility.
Not the best in that department here. Looking for the little boost action. As we've seen, a lot of their early resistance comes through with those heavier catwalk setups here. We're going to see that from Marks. He swings boldly in towards the fight.
Wow. And
that's an easy punish right there rolling out from lower tons. So much conviction in that swing, like he never feared the idea of there being anyone in towards lower tons, but there certainly was. Fortunately for him, he's got a couple of teammates towards middle. Oh, last burst right there to Tatu. Just
It's
PRT.
all in a PRT. Yep. I'm so sorry. I've talked over you for
It's okay.
3 different sequences.
No,
You
it's
know
alright.
how- you
It
know how
happens.
is,
I couldn't finish lower tons, so I'd, understand if you felt the need to talk over me.
Oh, guys, even the professionals do it. Okay, we are definitely professionals.
Definitely. They say all you have to do is get paid to be a professional, and we check that off.
Oh. Well, Game Hunters, the Force Buy falls flat on its face. And with that, they're on some upgraded pistols, but it's an upper crunch. Jug and Marks chime in, get that SMG cash, and that was just Slashes and Mello to see if they can get anything back. It's really Slashes with this Deagle. Mello awaiting the death of his teammate so he can pick it up, but Slashes will be the one to find the kill. He's being flanked from all sides. Demo will close it out. And Pain Academy clean 3-0 to start things out. And looking to automatically just show, like, these slow starts will not be a case in this best of 3.
Yeah, and I think that's a big detail right there. I really do appreciate that we do see a lot more confidence out of Pain Academy, even on these, like, anti-ecos here. They are running it down into the opposition, seeing if Game Hunters can handle it. So far, the answer is not quite. There we go, outpost long, and taking a heavy tag right there, down to 16 HP. They do take this long control effectively. See what that cues up on the reaction here. Even on the other side of the map, you are seeing a pretty decisive move. Flash play with the MP9, deleted by Aber, waiting outside of tunnels. So cutting off that half of the map here and kind of keeping the info blind players effectively. MP9 burst does find it. Demo able to at least secure a kill with it, but still a lot more resistance to deal with here on the safe side.
And Native the smoke open up again. Tatu cannot find anything. Very reserved on Game Hunters. They're gonna smoke forward, and Leggy's gonna fight ahead. He finds one, and now his teammate can back him up as well. PRT and Mello from the deep line is trying so hard to get involved, but he gets his head ripped clean off. Now it's a defensive game for the Game Hunters as they try to abscond from long, but you can't leave. Leggy is knocking you in to this long house. It's just ABR left up in the 1v2, trying so hard to recover the C4's pandemonium every which way. But at the end of it all, he does recover the C4. He can abscond. He can run to that B bomb site. And he could win that foot race, but Mark should be here to potentially cut him off. But he'll go all the way around. He'll go all the way through tunnels. Marks will have to hit the mid-door cross, or the B-door cross, rather, if he wants to confirm it. And can't actually do it, so ABR will get the bomb down. Marks will go through and gets the leg. It's just 8 HP now for ABR, and he gets tagged down to 7, living on the edge here, and he'll try his hardest to track Marks there, but it's too much to handle.
Just excellent decision making there from Marks. I think especially being able to slip by it. He somehow didn't get spotted when he crossed towards door and just ducked underneath the crosshair of that clutch attempt. So just very sneaky, and then the decision to fly through window while his teammate holds off doors, knowing that he's low on HP, legged up. Great decision making there. And Pain Academy again continue to show what confidence looks like here for them on Dust 2. This is a great turnaround when they only got 1 round just a day ago on this map. It did feel like that was one of those situations where a lot went wrong for them, but they were still playing that kind of out of date style of Dust 2 that I was very concerned about seeing once again. They've shored up their defenses though so far. This time pushing up middle here. Tatu trying to get aggressive, trying to get in their face. They do lose Demo out towards that long side.
Yeah, fighting very far ahead. That X position is not making me feel excited. Wow. Okay, sure, Leggy. That is a ridiculous angle to just clear ever. But finds a necessary kill, and he's still sticking around. He still wants to fight, and oh my god, Game Hunters are there to respond, and kind of Leggy still gets away with one more. there's still this lurking player of PRT trying to find some positioning, and Tatu can convert after a whiffy little burst. Incendiary here to soften up PRT, but PRT will find 2 and put all the hurt onto Marks in the 1v2. Has a full belt of util, but low HP bars surely must be relayed over, but how does he play this with that sniper is the real question.
That's going to be a big challenge here. Smoked out towards Cat Planet for Cat. Might get a chance. Sliding through the smoke. This is a bit of a bold call. He finds it. Tech 9 now whipped out. Low HP, but can't find the last kill. Nulks shuts him down. Just when they need a little bit of precision, calling upon Nulks to finish the job. But Marks makes him sweat. Somehow getting that quick scope through the... as he inches through the smoke. Looked like he was going to be gray screened. Still finds a kill. Pain Academy slip up, but I feel like that looked so confident from them all the way through. They shouldn't be too concerned here. Back with more weaponry. Oh.
It's so weird. Oh, here comes a boost. And Melo's reading that every day. That's nice to see. Having your upper trying to pick himself up by the bootstraps. Tatu picks up the AWP straight away. In case there is any mid-aggression, but it won't come, at least not for now. ABR considering it. They're going to throw this mid-smoke in. Don't peek before that blooms. And, yep, there we go. Safety. ABR will get out mid. So mid-control established, and should be short control if they want it. Pain Academy really put on the back foot here in this early round. And we'll have to battle back tooth and nail.
Yeah, a bit of gambling on the setup as well. They tossed in a little bit of utility there for Shug. So he's got a little cache of util to work off of. But mostly in charge of keeping his mid side safe and B tons. He's super isolated. So it just comes down to direction here. And I believe they even heard Tatu kind of rotate off of this side. So a decision to go mid to B is just perfect. Gonna be very difficult. You know, you have to give over the side, I think, at this point here if you're Shugs. And as he looks to stick around, that's what happens. Get a little overwhelmed there, keeping your eyeballs tucked in towards tons. You lose out in the mid space. This one has to be a save from Pain Academy.
And that's the downside of having a gambly setup like that. I mean, that's the issue. They've lost short control completely. They're not really hearing any sound cues from the short side of things. And Demo can't complete that kill either, so pretty bad situation for Pain Academy. Trying to hold on to these 2 guns. Hopefully Tatu can drop that over to his teammate. But Game Hunter is slowly kind of winding into this one with some better macro.
Just kind of playing a little bit fast and loose there with the setup. Shug's job made very difficult in that position, but we'll see how they bounce back with the hero weaponry. Marks has been able to, you know, when called upon, be a little bit aggressive with that op. This is going to be one of those rounds, and we know Leggy just, you know, likes to shift, walk forward, and find kills. From what we've seen so far, he's a little bit fearless as well. So these might be the 2 perfect targets here for some weaponry.
Let's see what they can get done. Maybe trying to support his teammate from short. Here comes a little bit of utility to get it involved. Shot goes off. Kill not found. Dink, though, is solid. Melo now having to play a little bit of defense in mid. And Marks is still sticking around. He wants to be hungry for this short control. I'll have his teammates slide out, maybe bait in a shot, and it absolutely will find ABR. And Tatu gets a running dink with that USP. All of a sudden, Melo feels the pressure as A1S is picked up, but he'll live to tell the tale. And slashes can scale through long. There is no awareness that this is a possibility, and Marks gets blindsided. It's all up to Demo in the 1v2. trying to get hot on the trail of Mello. And he won't beat him to the punch necessarily, but he might have the element of surprise. I don't necessarily know if Slash is going to be aware of this. That jump does give the cue over, though. And he turns his attention just in the nick of time. Game Hunters get through that little trial by fire and get 3.
A scary position to find yourself in, that's for sure, but managing to fight their way through it. That AWP getting caught out by a chase down USP looked very, very scary for Mello, but he keeps his composure. Not only a scout for Marks as well, this one still having a lot of firepower here for Pain Academy, but not the best tools at your disposal. Faking out utility towards long right now, like they're going to do one of these delayed takes. But it's going to be a off spawn B execute here, essentially. Everyone in tunnels, just one trade. Into this site they go, and that B side hard to retake when you lose control. Tags not found right there, going for some desperate attempts. But missing out on those shots here. They're all outside looking in on this B bomb site, forced into a retake setup. The lurk presence, though, not having as much impact here. Slash forced off the line. Kind of sent further and further back here, taking a lot of attention away, though, from the CT side. He draws 3 players far, far from the B site. And Academy won't be really afforded a chance to fight for this round. Gonna have to pick up the pieces here with the, again, you know, saved this time with 4 rifle saves, which is quite nice, but just one quick trade, and what a punchy strat there from Game Hunters.
I was thinking, in that situation there, I mean, Sug didn't play that poorly necessarily. Like, playing up against that smoke is probably the best way to dodge the flashes. Just the time to kill was a little too long, and as soon as you hit that one player, you've got to start getting some more instantaneous headshots, and it just wasn't fast enough. I mean, you've seen a lot of up close and personal aces in that position. I think about Stewie, I think about Rops doing work like that on the B bomb site, all in that same scenario. So no harm, no foul. The setup really wasn't a big issue, but Marks' wide swing certainly is. He gets punished by ABR, and now straight away mid control can be a possibility, but look at Tatu going aggressive. Unreal final burst there. Triple kill out of thin air. A magician of sorts, and all of a sudden Game Hunters are sent reeling in the default.
Abraca Tatu right there. Looked like those last 2 bullets fading away. Managing to give him a little parting gift as he turns the corner. Picks up the scout on its way out. Low HP makes a little bit of sense, but the fact that they do give a lot of space towards his cat control is a little bit concerning. Like he has a little bit of deterrence utility with that Molotov tossed in. So a little less concerning now. That window of opportunity looking like it was created.
Can still go back mid to B if they want. Maybe feign a little bit of a cat XC, but they just don't have the bodies, and
you rocking with this?
Still dedicate 2-2. Rocking with what?
This off angle? Yeah.
This angle is ridiculous.
Let's see. What do you think here? Does he get 2 off it? I'm not aiming here. That's for sure.
Yeah, Slash is definitely not. Yep. Destroyed, but PRT will be there for the trade. There's still one more player here, and he's been spotted. Bomb plane isn't confirmed. Oh, definitely not confirmed now with Demo already on the ramp. A small window there. They're all good. Pain reroute themselves into this one. Look pretty good doing it. Off the back of a beautiful little sequence there from Tatu.
Yeah, that's incredible right there. Just single-handedly wins his squad the round. Goes out with a bang. And recovering an AWP for his troubles, giving it over to Marks. And Fan Academy keeping the lead nice and healthy here, even despite the comeback effort here from Game Hunters in the early stages. Up, great self-flash from Marks. And Mello, blindsided by the aggression right there, takes some great initiative up catwalk.
you like to see. Long scale still imminent now, though. But with no short control and mid control slowly falling, Pain Academy will understand what's coming on the other end soon enough. Katsu will get all that info, but they've got to get a move on in terms of this rotation because this scale is ramping up slowly but surely. Here comes that cross utility as well.
Again, pretty quietly here. It's going to be a problem. The flash is an even bigger problem. They've got great coverage. Trying to pop through that smoke, but ends up blowing up in their face. Molly deep in towards Catwalk, so no access, no vision really granted. Get to be able to plant the bomb. We're just ultra cautious about this op presence here, providing security for their squad into the site. Molly's traded back and forth here, but that's going to be enough to force Pain Academy out of the picture. And managing to fight through that 4v5 situation so effectively, and that's all about that element of surprise here. A lot of dust too when it does head in towards long is a huge problem of getting past the long cross without smokes blowing open and you being overexposed. And right there you can see that they kind of just walked their way past without Pain Academy capitalizing on any of that smoke spam or HEs, and from that point forward it is a very easy way to win the round when you can get that explosive that in their face and they don't even know that you're on ramp yet.
Do you think it's fair that strategy works in like any sort of man situation? Like I think this is like the biggest qualm that I had with Dust 2 when they took it out and go, where like it didn't matter what the situation is. The CTs read the play like a book. They have everybody in the right place, and yet they still lose a round. Like, do you not find that unfair in a way?
I would if it wasn't that you could blow open the smokes there. I don't know what
that's fair.
looking open.
That's fair.
But that's a big change for me, I think, is like that is now on the responsibility of the CTs. So many teams have to throw multiple cross smokes nowadays. They just throw one to bait out the HEs and then a second. That's a bold play. It's not going to quite work there from Timo. See, that's some of that old school Dust 2 coming out right there. It's like bounce to the flash off the wall or something of that nature. And I'm like, you know, this is 2024-5 now. We got flashes for everybody, but there you go. Some good utility tossed out from Shug. And oh my goodness, no Shadow kill in the bag right there until Marks just threw it right in his face. Quick adjustment, and now that cross is going to be incredibly challenging.
No smoke. You got the run boost, and there's the cross, but Marks nails the shot, and it's all up to Mello. He loses his teammate in the process, and now he's just going to have to pre-fire these angles. He's just going to have to beg Marks to let him go through. And that bomb has been dropped in the most awkward of situations. Marks has gotten all the way up to short as well. This is going to be a hell of a round that Mello's going to have to pull out. And with 20 seconds left on the clock, this guy's just paranoid with how Pain Academy have cut sound. Finally, he sees one body, but he still doesn't know where Marks is. He's going to molly him off that angle just initially, but Suk can play ahead of it. And as he does, I thought he was going to take the shot, but not to be. Bomb plant being faked. Mello jumps up, but the nade is good. And just down to 5 HP, Marks will close it out. Brutal situation there, but what a bounce back from Pain Academy after losing Demo that early on the long take.
Dude, that's all Marks right there, man. He's
yeah,
unbelievable. The fact that he adjusts. I mean, that's a kill every day of the week.
There?
I don't know. I have no idea other than he felt like he was getting shot in a video game and then just turned his attention so quickly. I don't know how he managed to make that work. It felt impossible, but Nuke's definitely going to be frustrated with that missed opportunity, right? And taking that frustration out on the B-bomb site is what it seems here. 4 players in tons once again, this time lurking presence in towards middle, like we've seen. No long play, though. It's just going to be straight into this B side. Now you got to deal with Whack-A-Mole in the back of B. No one ever wants to deal with Whack-A-Mole here. Shug, not a lot of margin for error when it comes to this position. We'll self-flash for him here. And out into the B site they go, slowly crawling, but a great bit of utility there from Marks. lines up the aggression. It sets Tatu up for success.
I really like Pain Academy's micro, man. I mean, just the way they're playing off the teammates are very nice to see. And now Mello, I mean, yeah, you can try to get out here, but it's not going to be the case. Demo nails him against the door. Leaves it all up to Slash, and he's got nothing to say in this one. Pain Academy, off the back of some stellar individual plays, muscled their way back into this half.
Shoot their way into a great situation. It felt like all the way through. I mean, this is a prime example of their mechanics here.
Yeah.
Look at this, 2 bullets, little burst left. Looks crispy. We've seen Leggy with a lot of aggressive maneuvers, playing up in the early parts of this half, and then March stepping up in the late side of this half as well. I do worry, though, that if it is just the mechanics that is getting them through here, they're going to need maybe a little bit of extra edge heading into this T side, and you know, other than Anubis T side from this squad, I do feel like that was severely lacking yesterday. So do they have the ability to call and play off the mechanics as well when they have that luxury going in their favor? Tatu.
Across the pit. Oh, beautiful shots from Tatu, and Leggy gets the dink. Mark completes a kill, and all that long facing doesn't work out this time around for the CT side. Should be an easy plant, and the remaining players have also been spotted. Demo doesn't need even duel here. No need. But Marks will give the fight, and ABR will find one back. They're going to try their hand at this, and they're giving heads for the Game Hunters to knock away. And Nox has just completely bagged a player on the site. This one's definitely on. There is no kit, and they are being flanked, though. Demo feigned going back to long and comes back up short, completely catching the Game Hunters unaware. And now he's getting pincered from the cat box as well. Pain Academy, fierce start to this half.
Looking deadly here. Tatu keeping it up as well. Started off with the P250 and then knocks a couple of kills down at range on the pistol round on the T side. Also facilitate the rest of the squad to succeed here. We got one flashbang. What are we doing with it? Look at this. Look at this. You know what we're doing with it. We're bringing out the tech. The Melwa class right now. Take some notes. Demo's in for a rude awakening. Come on. Throw it. Throw it. Let him slide out. Oh, too early. Premature flashbang. Violation, Game Hunters.
Penalty 5 yards. Pick up the bomb, bro. Pick it up.
Leave.
Oh,
we gotta
wait.
scram.
He's baiting him in. He's baiting him in. Oh, that's cheeky. One taps? Really, bro?
He didn't want to team kill his teammate, I think.
No, man. That looked like he was trying to go for the headshot percentage. You're not Jacob, bro. Stop. For the folks at home, Jacob is a devout Scream follower.
So unfortunate.
And Cole does not like that. Doesn't
Is
like it one bit.
now at the end of the day, is Scream just an NA Shroud? Or EU Shroud?
Ooh. Argue in the comments below, folks.
Flip farmer. That's all I'll say. Thought he was cute with those headshots. Leggy, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He thought he was helping his teammate, letting him live by not pumping some shots. Sometimes the best way to deal with the situation is to just calm things down. Keep it chill.
And Crisscross Smokes in middle has goaded out a lot of rotations through to that side of the map. But it's all a ruse, so Leggy's gonna showcase a little bit of himself there. But Sook is gonna get this Mac 10 involved by going bounding into the CT spawn. Try to get this AWP or this, yeah, AWP I guess for Mello down. And Nox does get the trade, but the damage is already done. The site is fallen. And now Pain Academy have a chance in this post with a late lurk from Leggy as well.
Yeah, he's just cutting off the catwalk access right now. very careful, but yeah, you have to imagine Aber's going to fall victim to this position. Yeah, that'll do. He is getting cute with those taps, man. He's trying to be Scream.
I'm telling
Going for
you.
the headshot right there. Ends up having to go for the body spray and shrug his shoulders here. Round not finished just yet, and they're starting to collapse in on them. Long range with an MP9, but they're looking to just buy time. And time running low here for the CT side.
no.
There isn't a kit.
No
and they've
way.
lost just about everyone. The retake takes place right there. Pain Academy looking to hold on to short. Such a beautiful execute. Denied in the late round retake right there with just little HP left for PRT and Slashes.
Oh, that's brutal. You cannot lose those. And I think it is just that is the Academy style, you know, where you do get lax in deep man advantage situations. You think the round is over, considering they probably don't have a kit, considering it's that first buy round, but hey, let's just pick ourselves up by the bootstraps. Marks will find that opening 5v4. They'll try to put that one behind them. But man, that's a brutal one to lose.
Yeah, especially, I mean, they just showed a brilliant play right there as well to open up the first gun round. And I love when teams kind of throw one of their best executions out of the gates. You know, their best run, dry runs. All just to kind of struggle in the late round. Now, we'll see if they can keep it up here. They've been able to take some very good map control without using too much utility. They're going to need a lot right now. HE to queue up the aggression, but there's no flashbang from that CT side. It's tough opping here for ahead of Mello. He has to find a whole lot more than just a single. Didn't quite catch the visual onto Marks. Didn't see him even with the scope. And PRT left into another retake situation, this time lacking a buddy.
You know, still try his hand at this one. Nade is a little too deep. And with that, the surprise factor is gone. And with that, probably the round as well. He'll back away. Pain Academy do notch themselves double digits. And, you know, with how close that previous round got, it does mean that there are some economical woes on the cards for the Game Hunters. And Pain Academy can get right back to winning ways. And you know what? They're playing the better CS right now. So I'm glad that they can bounce back from something like that and kind of shrug their shoulders and say, there's nothing we can do about it, but we can still be fierce on the short side. They simplify things a little bit more, and they're playing some good fundamental Counter-Strike here, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very impressed. It's just such a quick turnaround from yesterday. I know it's just one result, small sample size of me watching, you know, this team on Dust 2. But this T side looks like it has some great protocols here for mid control and cat, which is just not something I really did see yesterday when they got consistently smacked down by Shinden. Right now, you know, you do have everyone rising to the occasion. There's no missing pieces here on Pain Academy, but it also feels like their game plan, their strategy of taking map control here, you know, fighting for mid, you know, only using really one smoke in towards these mid doors so that they can gain cat access, and they're capitalizing on these vulnerabilities so effectively here. But with what little they have, PRT threads in a quick opening, burns in the molly down to 30, but he gets the kill.
He does bound down, though, here for a fast CT rotation. EBR has to hold strong, but with just a USP and a Zeus, it's not going to be. But look at this. Noxa snuck into the smoke, and I think he must have been spotted. Maybe a shoulder or something of the sort. But he doesn't live for much longer either. PRT absconds back to CT. He'll boost over. This is cheeky and a bit unnecessary, I would say. But should be no problem as all three CTs leave the scene. Another AK is saved via Mello. But in Academy, they notched themselves 11 rounds. Just another buy round away from stealing away the Game Hunters pick. Continuing their map loss streak here. Mind you, this is a big time issue with this team, man. Get any sort of success since the end of January.
Oh, jeez. Oh, that's a bit of a dry spell. It's gotta feel frustrating. And you're looking at Pain Academy looking to, start off 2025 in a good direction, I would say, overall. If they can continue to show this sort of form here, show this quick improvement. Game Hunters eager to show up on their map pick, but getting blasted here. Just looks like a different team at this point here than what I saw yesterday. But it does look like the team that I saw in Anubis.
Do you think it's just because they got a ton of long spawns? I didn't watch the game, but I'm just like thinking like...
Well, they didn't have, not mistaken, yeah, they didn't have much of a T side. It was on the CT side, but they had so much presence towards long. Like, that's what they had, like, double long setups throughout the whole half.
Oh, wow.
And, like, sight too long was, like, a huge priority. I don't know if that was maybe an individual read on the team that they were playing up against or what the deal was. But, I mean, obviously, we've seen Tatu very aggressive. We've seen Marks get open, he picks up Catwalk, so it's just not the same defensive measures at all. And then on the T side, I didn't get to see anything because they won the pistol and then lost.
Brutal. Well, glad to see this sort of bounce back because I think they're reading the game very well. And they're shooting back pretty hard too.
The layering on this call here, last time Game Hunters saw these sort of smokes, it was pretty hefty on that catwalk play. Well, this time they kind of walk it out with the bomb first things first. It was a good opportunity for Marks to get a pick, just couldn't get a visual onto Nulks. That's going to queue up a lot of early rotates here. He can make those decisions pretty quickly. Tatu, though, threading his way out of tunnels, leaving this side limited, but dropping the bomb still in towards mid. We're never able to get that side of the map activated there. Having the bomb in that direction really, really punishing. There's no time here to fight forward. Gotta call it a save, and that maybe is the first big mistake, but I still think they set themselves up well. It's just the detail of having Marks with the bomb is the difference maker.
Yeah, I actually think if he doesn't have the bomb there, and they can go back reroute through upper, and they don't have to deal with trying to fight back in the middle once more. That small little wrinkle. And I think that's, again, one of those things of, like, inexperience where Marks is like, I've got a timing, I've got a chance to walk out middle here, I'm hearing nothing. Maybe I can get out. But as soon as he dies, that's the round done and dusted. He does hit a tag through the door again. He's been good with that. They're going to try to get out long a little later than usual, but that does mean they're going to fall into Slash's pit play. And that means that we're going to reroute our way back into the middle of the map.
A tough opening right there. Offered up by Slash. Would establish an advantage here. Just like a round to go. Now a lot more emphasis once again towards Catwalk. No flashes at all, though. The key detail for this pop towards Catwalk. Just a Molotov and a couple of smokes. And then they have to get by this double setup here. Nulks with the flashbang setup for him and his teammate to peek off of. We'll see how far they can scale.
There's an up as well on the long side, so not being able to get him off that corner angle will give him a few routes in to the round as well. Here comes that execution. And without a flash, it's going to be difficult. But Leggy does get into CT. Does put the hurt onto some of these players, but a walk into Mello's crosshairs, and the Game Hunters will notch another one on the board. This is a slow but sure crawl back into this game. Instant tack timeout being called by Pain Academy, and understandably so. Their money is snapped, and this lead is very quickly shrinking before their eyes.
Yeah, super fragile right now in the lead. Finding themselves with very limited money, maybe running a little bit out of ideas. Looks like they're able to, try and force some of the conditioning that they've done in the past to, get these rotates rolling. And I think they really have to lean in on that. There's been so much emphasis on the catwalk plays for Pain Academy. And they have been effective, even if it's not necessarily a winning round right there. You can see how they get the kills, but couldn't survive or fight long enough to make it happen in terms of that being a 4v5 as well. It hurts a little bit more. But most of all, you know, they can get those rotates and start to force Game Hunters to stack heavily towards this A side, like they've had to do. Well, then that opens up your opportunities for a more effective mid to B.
Go flying out long here. And they do eventually find Nox, but nade combo is good. Bomb out in no man's land. You do have a player up short, but he just got a measly Glock. He does hit the dink, but that's about it. Should see 9 rounds teed up here. So it's not going to happen, man.
Come on, bro. Come on, man.
Win this one and I'll buy you a...
I'll say it. Pizza.
Hold on. Go Tug.
Oh!
Yeah, your heart rate went up just for a quick second up.
No, it did not. Not even close. If he got the kill, and then you see the op shot miss, maybe I get a little bit nervous. And maybe he gets a pizza, but in this world, in reality, get to hold on to some more Pasquellis for me. Meanwhile, Pain Academy struggling to hold on to their lead. They still got to maintain, but again, now I want to see a little bit of evolution here. They've shown us a great start to how they work these T-side rounds. And can they continue to build on them, especially after that timeout that was called just 2 rounds ago? This is the setup that you looked for now in the gun round, which was largely what I'd imagine was being discussed here to set up for this team's success.
They try to see if they can get a short op shot over, but there is no boost. They'll confirm. And they're just dotting their I's, crossing their T's here, making sure that there's nothing going on short, but in this situation, Mello is all the way back in ramp. But they just want to fight for this short control. They really want it in case they want to go back to mid to B. That is a possibility, but nobody from the Game Hunters really looking into this side of the map. But that nade damage is splendid.
That was fantastic right there. Like, he tossing a little bit of utility with the smoke. That utility not as effective. Well, he just lands at his feet. Doesn't really offer up too much damage. But there's 2 smokes there put in. And again, we've seen these smokes before for the catwalk executes.
This is mid to B.
Played these games before, and it will be the mid to B that you've been calling for here. I mean, it's just going to be quick motion for Leggy to drop into CT, and then they slide out middle.
Oh, and Nox does go down. ABR had an opportunity there. There was some weird timings, but at the end of it all, at least PRT on the B bomb site has got to go nuclear here. He finds himself a double, needs just a little bit more, but can't do it. There was just 2 seconds left to spare there before they didn't have time to plant. But now it's still a doable retake. They've got money to spend, so Mello and Slashers will give their fair share of an attempt, but with Mello being found out in middle, it should be over, and it absolutely will be. So Pain Academy, the way they've been working the rotations off of short has been fantastic, and they'll be rewarded with a wonderful little fake into that mid play.
I mean, it's just beautiful. It's exactly what I said right there. It's just, you've got to be able to bring that development if you're drawing in so much attention towards catwalk like they have been with that set of smokes and with that execution and with Leggy dropping in towards CT like he's been doing. And then Leggy gets the kill. And then, of course, your players are going to be distracted. You're going to be really panicking to get those rotates rolling. And it is Pain Academy proving that they have that next level, that next step prepared. And late long take here up against an MP9, pushing that smoke. Oh, it just can't go in the favor of Slash. There's not a chance. Opening pick here for Pain Academy as they look towards this lower lurk. Shot rattles off, but not a connection for Mello. And this distraction here, as they still have to concern themselves with Tatu's positioning towards the B side, is drawing in so many eyeballs. Meanwhile, everyone else is towards long.
I mean, they are getting rinsed in terms of the strategy on both ends, but they finally made it to the right side of the map eventually. And Mello, he's got an angle. That's a beautiful little shift into the pit side. And the B anchor has stepped up massively. PRT nails the shot and Mello hits another. He's really waking up now. 50 seconds left on the clock and they're going to continue their scale. They've got no choice. They've lost all map control. And they've got to commit to this post plant if they can get there. And I think they should.
Yeah, they've definitely given them the access here. There is no utility and not a single kit here for Game Hunters, so there is a reason to be slightly, ever so slightly concerned here.
There's a Molly as well.
That's going to buy some valuable time. Can they play off each other, though? That's the big question. Oh, and there's a quick tap out of Demo. Tosses in the Molly to provide his teammate support, but Shugs falls and the double op sings on Dust 2. This PRT does burn. After the round's over. That's not great, but...
Do you think he thought the bomb was planted for Cat? I thought he was...
Yeah, they don't have any kits, so maybe there's a panic.
It. Damn.
I think he was just trying to let his teammate hide in the back of the site right there, right? And that molly makes it hard to scale into the site, gives him a little bit of room to kind of play back so that maybe Mello could continue to fight, or rather Demo could continue to fight, but I don't know. I don't think he would have thought it was planted for Cat, because that would be a crazy position to plan for, considering.
Right, yeah, with no short control and seeing an op that side, but... Anyways... We're going to need all 24 rounds here on Dust 2. And honestly, it's been some solid CS from Pain Academy, but great responses in terms of the adaptation from the Game Hunters. Doing very well for themselves in some of these late round scenarios. And doing that when Pain Academy are feeling the map out as well as they are is impressive in its own right. Very hungry to hold on to long here, Slash, though. And eventually they will leave.
With this once again here, I mean, this time looking to get explosive with the pistols. Hard to close the distance. But only the AWP here, one good flashbang can get you access right there, and that's exactly what they'll gather. Land it for Cat. Start the conversation in the post plant. Now this is where things get a little tricky. Start to throw utility back at you. That's when it gets a little less fun. Molly's not as deep as they would hope, though. So they get to plant their feet in the post. You still have this hero AK for Demo. And now it's up to the CT side to make that next step, that next move. HE's continue to be tossed in towards Shug. Double op on this retake, but there's the AK hitting the floor. That's the last gun you want to drop early. Demo trying to put the round into his back right there, but in doing so, might just let this one slip. It's still planted for Tatu. A little 1-2 punch swinging out from the pistols. No, he doesn't have a kit.
Oh,
you gotta get a point with the kit on it. Okay. No way. No way!
Oh.
No way! That can't be how they lose! Not a kit there for PRT. His teammates close by did have one, but it's too little too late when it was time for the close coming through. Game Hunters just miss out on that sly communication, and that's how Pain Academy close it. What a absolute disaster.
PRT had like 2.5k, dude. He had 2.5k. He could have bought a kit. He could have bought a kit.
He also died last round late into the molly and that just a round to go before it. That's gotta be the most frustrating way to lose right there. I cannot believe I just saw that. That is brutal stuff. Pain Academy laughing all the way to the bank for a team that I looked at yesterday. I saw the potential when they were all playing at full farm, and yesterday they got 13-1 on this map. It should be that Game Hunters head into this one watching exactly what happened yesterday and then be able to capitalize, but Pain Academy just looked like a different team in 24 hours, and that to me shows how good the staff is, how good the coaching is in developing these players. It's a completely different look here, a totally different game plan, and a totally different result.
Yeah, congratulations to them, and just that small win in the sense that they've got such a development to them, and you saw a lot of key plays out of every player on that 5-man unit, and that's really creating some sense of excitement moving into Ancient. This is their map pick, and I can't paint a pretty picture for the Game Hunters. They've really struggled on this one. 18% win rate over 11 maps over the last 30 months, but of course, we'll see if numbers are just numbers after this short break.
And welcome back, everybody. We just watched a great showing and a bit of a wild finish, to be honest with you, from the Academy squad and what Game Hunters provided right there. A great turnaround, though, from Pain Academy from yesterday to today here. From 13-1 deficit there, just getting blasted out of Dust 2. Then getting it picked against them once again, just showing what they just gave us here in that last map. It looked like they have developed so quickly in the matter of 24 hours. And then now they've got their own map pick here in a map that, Game Hunters have just absolutely struggled on here. So we'll see if they can bounce back, but this loss streak is not pretty.
Yeah, the loss streak that I did mention in map 1 is not real. They have won games since January. But the loss streak on this map specifically is actually very bad. They have lost the last 6 games on Ancient here. And yes, there are some good teams mixed in there, but there are some very not so good teams there as well. So let's see what Pain Academy can do. Can they close this series out in 2 or not? Mello gets swung into, and he gets a quick couple. But the trades, again, very similar to the previous, look good. Tatu again with another kill. Gets off the bomb and shoots a quick head. This smoke will fade eventually, though, and I think Tatu realizes that it's a bit of a risk to plant there. Instead, he'll reset. He'll let Demo cook here with this late lurk in Red Room. There's no way Slash reads this. There's absolutely no way.
Oh.
Barrel spotted.
No way.
But Splash is still not aware. I mean, Demo, eventually you gotta go, man. You gotta fight, and he will. He'll capitalize. Takes a significant amount of damage. ABR is actually very close in this situation. And I don't necessarily know if Pain Academy are aware. They're going to fight straight head on, and Demo will claim the frag. Beautiful work there from him. Tatu, great awareness on the trades as well. Wonderful stuff there from Pain Academy.
Yeah, that's a huge victory right there. It gets a little scrappy towards the tail end, especially in this 3v3, but I think most of all, they show a little bit of experience with Tatu not rushing a bomb plant like that. Very smart to get off of it right there and be able to provide a little bit of coverage. What I have noticed in this pretty tough string of losses here is that, out of 22 pistol rounds played in their last 11 maps, they've won 8 of them. Now make it 23 pistol rounds. They still only won 8. So Game Hunters struggled a lot in those opening affairs, and that trend does continue. They lose another one.
34.7% is the numerical thing there.
You want a little bit higher than that here. I do imagine those pistols are pretty important. And as you can see, that's why right there. You get essentially a freebie afterwards.
Question for you. I know this has been tossed around quite a bit with MR12. Should pistol rounds exist?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, that they need to be in the game. I like pistol rounds.
Why is the question?
Because we see, I think, some of the most creativity in terms of the strats, which is fun. I think that's it's just fun to see what sort of pistol strats teams come up with. See a bunch of fancy new smokes.
It does create an inherent limitation, right, on the game.
Yeah, so I think that's good. And I also think there's very good pistol plays, like Oppers. They are very good with USPs, and watching an Opper play with USP, I think, is a bit of a specialty for them, and that makes it fun as well. But that's a whole lot of fun for Tatu, leveling out a couple of quick mid picks right there with ease, and that lack of utility really costing Game Hunters. It feels like it forces them into a fight that they're not super comfortable with, and Tatu makes sure to punish as he has been doing all day.
He's looking very clean to start off. Ancient. He's got a little bit of an inkling that Mello could be in the donut, and he will be eviscerated. Wow. Beautiful work there.
Oh,
Somehow Demo snuck in the red room.
knifeable?
Maybe a knife? No. He's playing the smart game. No shenanigans going on here. Slash has got to get the hell out of Dodge, and he
Jeez.
can't. What a beautiful little round there from Pain Academy. They are trouncing their way through this beginnings of Ancient.
It's not the first time we've seen Tatu get a 3K that just wins Pain Academy around, but that's another example of it. That is just brutal. And as I highlighted, you actually don't have a lot of utility for your game hunters heading into that round, so give them a little bit of a break there in terms of how they got shut down. But that's just a scary look out of Tatu, who has been wrecking them all day. It's just been a complete destruction force right there. That's a tough molly. And another... What? Bounce! What is this? Oh, it limits their escape. What?
Oh.
That's 2 back-to-back? Just... That's wild.
Those stones, man, they've got rubber on them. And luckily they got out mid, so they can get into Donut. They can find a potential bomb plant, but if PRT is going to do things like this, maybe not. Leggy finally deals with him. Deep Molotov will promote the plant. But Mello is already encroaching upon these T's and their rifles to boot as well. It's all on to Tatu. He's had a hell of a start here, and he's going to have to keep going. There is a smoke actually to block off Tatu, and there it goes down. Deep nade to soften him up, and there was a real chance there. But Slash converts, and Game Hunters get on the board. I mean, talk about an unfortunate sequence of events there.
Yeah, that's about as rough as it gets in terms of finding yourself trapped right there. Both those mollies designed to slow down the aggressive force in the stance there, and then you can play around the molly. Instead, the molly denies their exit, keeps them trapped into a very tense environment versus 5-7s that will thrive in that distance. Maybe a bit of misfortune right there for for Pain Academy, but Game Hunter's going to take that luxury every day of the week because they need something to really lift off in the series.
They've got the util now to fight for mid, and they're gonna go straight at Tatu. Getting rid of that danger,
Oh my
man. What a
goodness.
flick from Marks. Ridiculous stuff to open up Jaguar. And all of a sudden, we get into a 4v4 standstill. And neither team wanting to show face in middle anymore. Instead, the Game Hunters will look for some potential A main aggression. Try to cut this map in half. We'll give them a lot of information. We'll allow for ABR to potentially rotate and have a 3-player lean to this B bomb site. Or maybe even pick up that hole in red room. Either way, Pain Academy are on a bit of a timer here. They're going to have to start making some decisions right now. Marks can't stay here forever.
Hoping for some sense of re-aggression here. This A main control, though, I think really allowing them to kind of plant their feet. Don't have to really rush the setups, although they will get a little bit aggressive, and that's a beautiful tap there from Nokes. Dropping that bomb there. They fight their way out of this situation. 3v4, having to overcome a little bit of adversity here. Mark's up, trying to lead the charge. The rest of his squad, that spam is there's a little bit of discomfort. There's a smoke on in. Nokes will turn his back to this A to BP. It's not something you want to be liable for here. Demo with the flash ready to go. Leggy locking in the entry right there. Flash right on the money for Mello as he's blinded up. Looking to deny the cross, but he just misses the shot, and Leggy makes sure to punish. Beautiful execution right there. Punching in the digits. And a huge recovery opportunity available here for Pain Academy. But these post plants are not quite comfortable. Aber gets swung, trying to take this space towards the long side there. As they knew they were kind of getting suffocated in, but this op cross coverage here from Marks. Will he be consistently good on the line here? Smoke to force him forward. Gets a fight out of Demo that they're looking for. HE to chunk down a little bit extra damage there, but now it's just going to be the AWP. There is a kit here for PRT, but he's taking the long way around. The long approach. Tech9's out. Thinks he's on the bomb, but PRT can't connect.
What?
And so PRT can't defuse. So Mark's going to try and run away. Got to get out of there, though, a little bit deeper. Yeah, everyone going to go down here in this round, but I don't know how Mark survived that.
Oh, Marks, man. I mean, makes so much sound. The Tech 9 is out. He's swinging every which way, but at that point, the smoke signal is good enough. And yeah, of course, call a timeout in this situation. Can't be losing those. But then again, there have been a lot of rounds that the Game Hunters have lost that they shouldn't be.
Yeah, that's the rough part about it here. That has been the situation, especially, you know, when you find out those advantages. You do such a good job of opening up the round, but then the round from that point forward falls back there. Especially Mello, kind of in the wide open. Those are some give-me-op shots right there, right? Those are the ones you dream of when they got to cross into the sight, and you're there to pluck them out. And the flash kind of blinded him, but I'd imagine he gained vision by that time.
Yeah,
he was taking the next duel.
Initial cross was dry.
Yeah.
The first shot was definitely blind, but yeah, there's no excuses there. Mid-control, name of the game here for Pain Academy, and they'll get out scot-free. The flashes hit the donut player square in the face. And this rifle will be spotted eventually. Arm given way. And Slash will not be able to live. There is a feeling of the void from ABR here. And you can't necessarily capitalize upon it. And because of that, they lose a lot of real estate. They lose all of middle. They already have shelf contained. And they can really pick towards wherever they please. And they should have a favorable outcome. Unless the Game Hunters decide to gamble. In which Mello is going to make that third rotation.
Yeah, it's just a decent little spot to find yourself in. They at least have the numbers game correctly.
You thought.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they can still lock it in with the rifles that they have at their disposal. 25 seconds left. They've got to figure out a way to comfortably cross. And a missed op shot makes the job a little bit difficult. Tatu, though, taking charge. Progressing forward. And that little small window of opportunity opens up there. Tatu's still holding down the line. Is a big peek from Tatu comes in. And Nulks makes sure to punish. PRT still with the rifle as well. So not necessarily in the bag just yet. But the setup right now, especially as he goes and gathers that information, and the ops is just not allowing them to make any axes happen, will be closed out by Pain Academy, who do not fall victim here in the post plant.
Yeah, well done to them. Great due diligence using those nades when you had them. Why not make the job for you to scale into the site a little bit easier? And Game Hunters can't get her over the line, even though they had a couple of chances there, albeit small ones. Either way, guns are out. Mello will not have his sniper. They will go for mid-control straight away. 3 players here to potentially fight. They'll fight for some shelf control as well, you'd like to think. Yeah, ABR's all the way up here to fight alongside his teammate from Cave. Leggy and Tug must be aware of this, and finally Leggy does spot out a shoulder. He wants to fight forward. He wants to segment these 1v1s and nearly had a chance at a second, but ABR will capitalize. So we get a 4v4 with no lane control for the T side or mid control. So they're really going to have to take their time to clear out at least one of these sides of the map.
Yeah, gonna have to take a little bit of a pause here for the T side. I mean, they have just been so patient outside of B. And the good news is, in these sort of moments when Pain Academy don't really have a lot of initiative throughout the map, Game Hunters also don't have a lot of information here. But Nulks has been good on these little shallow fights down towards the doors. This is where things become a little bit of a challenge here. Hearing Aber run around with that A1S. Runs it down into the hands of Emo, eventually trades it out. There's still a whole lot more ready to go here. HE to blow open that smoke. Mello doing some good work with the rifle. And Nulks to close it out. So Game Hunters will be able to fight forward a little while longer here on the CT side. Getting past this one.
Yeah, good work on making sure they don't feel comfortable on that scale. nading open the smokes constantly to take some duels and feeling a little bit more confident in taking those duels. I did feel like they were a bit apprehensive earlier on in the half where they're playing more in the back lanes. They're not actually playing a player on the site proper. They're letting the utility work its magic for the T side. And now, finally have a little bit of chance to spread their legs. But it's a mid-take here from Pain Academy. And they make Aber feel uncomfortable, but he does get his necessary kills. Real chance now for Game Hunters to get back into this one. I think he still has a little something to say.
That doesn't help him any right there, just getting peppered down. Dropped lower and lower. Still hanging in there, but by a thread. Aber just the same way, but and a Cubby that might provide him a little bit of a surprise. Flashbang to set him up here. He's containing so much right now. All of mid control really established at the moment with his positioning. So as you can see, you're going to start to move those pieces accordingly. Slash in a prime position though to capitalize on Leggy who low. Headshot to go out his way. And a trade from Marks a little bit labored puts him down as well. Trying to make it past this duo in towards CT. One long, one short. Okay. Okay, this could get interesting here. Dancing in the chaos of the smoke there as he walks out. Gonna be bested by this positioning from Nulks. Keeping it safe and sound. Game Hunters gather up a third here and finally shut down the economy from Pain Academy.
I wish he would have contacted that. Maybe it would have been a different result. But had a little bit of a pop. It was a bit of a sound cue over.
I was wondering if he was gonna, like, you know how sometimes you left click before you make the move through the smoke right there. It just gets a knife.
Yeah, I actually thought he would have just accidentally done that, right?
Yeah.
That would have been hilarious. We've had a lot of great moments in this series so far.
Thankfully for Pain Academy, all in their favor here for the most part. Other than that, Game Hunters looking for their bounce back here. Not only in the series, not only in the Swiss stage, but it would be also on this map in particular here if they were able to survive on this.
Complete slowdown here from Pain Academy. Stifled by utility, lack of weaponry, and they will get mopped up. It's just an eventuality. Tattoo is that late mid player. He goes all the way back to main. And Mello will get rid of him as well with a Tech 9. So, Game Hunters do find the necessary round to nearly equalize this game. But surely at this point they've got enough confidence to know that it's a possibility. But overall, I still think I'm rocking with Pain's approach to mid control and the way they're approaching this T side a little bit more.
And if you're rocking with Pain, I'm rocking with Pain. 'Cause they got Marks.
That was a layup. That was a layup. I'm glad you took it.
And Marks has been brilliant, but so is Tatu in this mid control. They look to take it once more. Tatu's been a key facilitator. This time an op to deal with, which could be a little bit more of a difficulty. He's been blasting those riflers. How do you do up against a telescope? Well, Mello with a miss doesn't really do him any favors, and a molly to make matters even worse. Oh, it's reaggression. Emo catches the first, and he prepares himself for the idea that Apper's close by for the trade. Apper still manages to manufacture it. Leggy on the ledge here, looking to inch his way forward. But they queue up more reaggression, and this time Pain Academy a lot more prepared for this idea. There's two players blasted on B, opening up access here for them. And that's going to be full control of this site, especially with the chaos created right now from Leggy, drawing in attention towards 8 and finding that kill straight up. Leaves Mello and Purgatory right now. And no man's land here on the map.
Not getting out alive. He is absolutely not getting out alive.
What?
There's shoulder peak. That's one of the shoulder peaks of all time. Player coming in from red room. Okay, Leggy does his fair share of shoulder peeking as well.
You're gonna close out of them.
Double peek him. There you go. And Pain Academy again bouncing back, and I don't know, man. I just think that they're getting into Donut way too easily, and there is just no cave pressure to make them feel uncomfortable at all.
Yeah. I mean, that's just such a good, again, small little adjustment here, but we've seen some pretty decisive moves in terms of the Pain Academy default. It has been largely centric throughout the map there in terms of how they hold things together. Well, I thought for a second there. Marks with a tough miss right there. Mello capitalizes crucially. Able to collect a important kill back in return here for an Opera that has had his fair share of struggles in this series. That's a big pickup here in the head-to-head that he's looking to capitalize on. Meeting the Opera, his opponent where they're at, and then shutting down his aggression is huge.
They still do eventually lose mid control. They don't push them off of it enough. And they've got no info off of shelf. So we're still in that same situation, but at least at this point in the round, you can say Game Hunters can turtle up. They've got the man advantage. They've got an opportunity. But eventually, they're going to want a little bit of information, and they're going to have to try to find it somewhere. And maybe that might be to their demise, because Pain Academy have fallen completely silent. Walking all the way up. Finally, Aber spots them out, but Tatu wants to go ahead of it. And that's to his demise. They're really going to try to put the hurt on this A side. And I don't think Sook has any awareness that PRT is here, so that should be the round done and dusted. Unless Demo can cause some serious heroics, but Mello's arrived to the scene. So, Game Hunters do right the ship just a little bit more. They manufacture that opening kill, and they respond to the mid control very well.
That's incredibly well handled. Being able to seal in a nice victory, looking to cap off the remainder of this half here as well. There you go, Leggy. Able to bring in an opening, this time onto Aber. Still looking to get in prime position at the moment. Oh, looking for a little peek. CHE to blow open that smoke. Does not favor him, though. Leggy is too quick. He's way too quick. And now, I mean, of course, you're going to just accelerate on that A play. You just killed two in Donut. There's no questioning, you know, is this the right direction? Is there any more? The answer is absolutely not. Leggy has just done it for you with a 3K of his own. Now he's looking to continue his fights here. Feeling like he has nothing to lose. Little perfect popper. Bait / forward into a fight there. Leggy takes that bait, but that's not too big of a concern. Tatu right close by. The two powerhouses of this half here. Between Tatu and Leggy that have given them so much with their multi-kills and their entries and just following up with their entries. And then the rest of the squad here, I just feel like providing so much security with, you know, the little bit of damage that they were able to thread in those late rounds.
Yeah, I think the impact of Leggy and Tatu have both just completely created a new dimension of how they approach mid. If they wanted to speed things up, they could. If they wanted to have a late round lurk, that was a possibility as well. It really just made the calling that much more easier. But talk about an easy call. And Game Hunters are just going charging up the red room. You don't see this one all too often. They're going to go wrapping back into A from the looks of it. And it's up to Tsug and Tatu to come up the better.
Yeah. Prioritizing a retake setup here. Importantly, keeping donut control as well. Which is quite nice. At least threatening the idea of it. CT side and taken from Game Hunters as well as they look to Make a bit of a different approach in this department. What do they have in store in this retake here? This, again, has been a huge struggle for Game Hunters. Can they close out a pistol? Aber says absolutely! As he knocks down 4 heads right there, as quick as can be. Pistol rounds have been a sore spot for Game Hunters, but Aber just express delivers that round to them.
Look at this first flick, man. Hold on. Here it comes.
Oh!
Oh!
That is sick.
Just the awareness to be able to, like, calm yourself down and then go right back at head level to nail the rest of those shots. Really hard to do. And he makes that one look so clean. A massive reason as to why Game Hunters are in this situation in the first place. And that's impact upon impact to get them even further closer to equalizing this one out.
Ooh, like the pistol, like the idea right now, needing some support immediately, and Demo will track it inside the smoke for an extra kill. And no more from that point forward. PRT does handle it with the advanced weaponry. So we're tied up as quick as you like here. Your Game Hunters. Scaling into this second half here, they're going to have to challenge the first gun rounds available here for Pain Academy. Sometimes, I mean, we kind of mentioned it when Game Hunters were in a similar third round buy of the half on their CT side, but it does oftentimes leave you with limited options for mid-control in rounds like this. Because the utility's limited, you don't have all of the same moves that you can make here. And as you can see, they're going to kind of play for maybe a later take of it as well, with the double donut presence and one towards the red room behind the smoke.
Oh, but they eat that flash, and that could be to their demise. Jump scroll wheel. They still managed to get out of it alive, though. Tazu is there. And that late mid-control does actually work out for the CTs. It's a good call to make when you don't have that utility. Every piece is as important as ever. And those flashbangs do the damage. Tazu still hold up in the donut.
Oh,
Spots
man.
out the head of Mello. Just a half clear there. And he'll hit the dirt. It's all to Nox here. In the 1v4. Let's chop away the first. But here comes that lane aggression. Down elbow. And they should have him dead to right. Nox will notch another one.
Oh my god.
But he's completely unaware that Demo is there. Swings around, but not fast enough.
Gives it a quick spin right there. Makes it a little bit pricey on his way out, which is nice. But as you said,
Yeah, that's good damage, right?
Yeah, that late mid take right there. It also works really well when you almost get an accidental bait and switch setup in the donut side of things. With how effective that cross into the right side of donut was, and then you still have Tatu ready to go, and after the early pick comes through, you still have that red room presence. That's, pretty much a kind of a dream scenario for you. We've got 1 AK in this round, though, for Game Hunters. Push pressure up B. That is a tough person to fall first right there. The bomb to queue up the rotates here. Now knowing it's into this B side. Demo looking as comfortable as can be on the site. Here, lineup's looking good for a chance on the T side, but keep it nice and safe there as Leggy caps it off with some good headshot percentage. He's aiming high here, I will say. I will say he's aiming a little bit high. Looking a little Scream-esque with some of his shooting styles, but he'll get the job done quicker here for Pain Academy, and he is sharp today, so just looks that much better.
Yeah, nice aggression there from middle, and that's basically how you defeat that kind of a round. Is that you've got instant pressure to make sure that they don't get up the elbow for free. Again, Leggy will go fighting into Aber. Beautiful shot there. And that does proc in this B play. Marks has got to be ready. He's a little late to start, but he still finds one. Bomb should be able to go down, but man advantage here for the CTs. They should still be able to box these Ts in. All the players coming in from the flank, though.
Yeah, this is interesting here. It's honestly so perfect for the setup right now that they're dealing with as well, though. Game Hunters with so much emphasis on taking this long control, and understandably so. But there's going to be a lot of presence on this flank. A couple of kills out of Mello lined up. And a chance now for PRT because of it. A little slow moving. Not lethargic, anything but here for this young Pain Academy squad. Lining up it on the bomb here through the smoke, but that is off target. Way off. Not quite close to the shots connecting through the smoke. Demo guarding his teammate. Sacrificing his body for the round win, and Pain Academy get the job done.
Yeah, I think you're right? I mean, you said smokes maybe to the back lane, thinking they're going to come out of CT. Eventually, Mello's looking at it from the site. You've got a player in long looking at it as well. And nobody even decides to push the smoke. There was no opportunity for an open kill. And getting flanked from cave by 3 players is never a fun situation. Right now, Game Hunter's being countered in these B plays. They've tried their hand multiple times to get up the lane and have failed every single time. And I think that's where you just gotta kind of play this round out the way you want. Maybe boost up PRT, but I'm looking at the next round when you've got all the bells and whistles, you've got max loss bonus. You've got to have that all-out brawl in middle. You've got to try to take some shelf control to counteract some CT aggression, or else this series is going to be over very quickly.
And I mean, both sides of the half here, Pain Academy have really capitalized on some crucial map control in towards middle. They have been very dominant in this position, and now working on the extremities. It's a great 1-2 punch for the CT side, but you can see, as you highlighted, a crucial lack of coordination. Game Hunter's very isolated move from PRT, trying to play hero ball. And is that AK even recoverable? It doesn't really look like it, to be honest with you. I mean, he could grab it, but I'm thinking that that's a risk. Doesn't want to make that move. And Leggy, he wants to make every move here, playing on a knife's edge on shelf, and just takes down a couple of Glocks pretty comfortably.
Okay, Aber has picked it up now, which is good.
Marks
But
is low.
the bomb is in T-spawn, so all these antics that are going on add in another 10 seconds of playtime necessary.
Well, I mean, Mello's running the wrong way.
Yeah, this round is potentially just over. I mean, they can kill still by elimination. All 3 players are here at the scene of the crime. And Aber's found another, so maybe, just maybe, there's another opportunity.
It's over. Demo's on the other side of the map.
But yeah, now it's done. Now it's done. There should be no way. And Sug will put the final nail in the coffin. What a bizarre round there in the late stages from Game Hunters. And this is their last opportunity here, Cole, and they've really got to make the most of it.
Yeah, no question. And kind of get the idea right there for Mello making the move, but it is essentially scrapping the idea that you can win that round if Demo never leaves that. I don't know, tough for Game Hunters here. As you highlighted, this is really your big opportunity to make the conversation back into this thing. Otherwise, Pain Academy looking to shut this thing down. More unfortunate bounces on utility. Last time we did see that, things looked pretty good for Game Hunters. So we'll see if that is a trend that will continue. Doesn't seem like we're seeing any... Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say that. It doesn't seem like we're seeing any adjustment. Here's that late mid control, though, taken, and it's a win.
That's massive. I mean, that completely changes the complexion of this round. Soka's going to try his hand, but yep, he knew how risky that one was going to be. Doesn't stick around for too much longer. But the fact of the matter is Tatu is going to have to put up a hell of a round if they stand any chance at getting their 12th, and he starts off strong. Finds himself that first kill, trying to put the hurt onto PRT. He's ahead of that nade. And that shelf player isn't swinging. Marks has a free opportunity. He'll capitalize. A teammate behind him, and it's fallen all apart. The Game Hunters are completely unaware of this reaggression, and it's all going to crumble beneath their eyes. Pain Academy notched themselves series point, and this series should be over.
Oh, Tatu's a beast, man. What another 3K right there. He can do no wrong. Maximum confidence coming through from him. fearlessness as the HE runs right in front of him. He just keeps his aggression up. And we talk about how important mid control is. You watch Leggy go down finally, and you think that's their ticket in. But guess who stands behind him? It's that other engine firing up here on Pain Academy. And Tatu just picks up the pieces where things left off, and he just continues to run rampant. And now 5 chances to sweep this series. We'll see if Pain Academy have any troubles. Pretty fast B call here, a bit of a difference. They have rifles and utility to back this one up, but such great utility tossed in from Demo. Looking to coordinate. But it is actually Shugs that made the retreat here instead of fighting around that pillar. And eventually overrun. Gonna line up some smoke spam right there. HE flushes him into the open, and Shug had that lineup so perfectly played out.
Ooh, that's the play that they needed, though. That smoke fade does give them an avenue back in, but Marks is here. He finds one, does enough damage for Tatu to clean up. And now it's all onto the sniper. It's all up to Mello. His burst is good, but it's not enough. Tatu has had an unreal sequence of rounds to close this one out. And he's one that I'm going to keep an eye on because his aggression and his focus in on some of these rounds were awesome to witness.
Yeah, and you know, most importantly here, it's this massive improvement here from Pain Academy from yesterday to today. I feel like they really went to the drawing board here. I'd love to, you know, talk to them about what they kind of envisioned in Dust 2 yesterday versus what they brought to the table today. And then their H just looks good. Like you said, there's a couple of key pieces that you have here continuing to fire up. It's Tatu with that aggressive mid play here, both sides of the half. Leggy, you know, same exact boat. And all the way through, it felt like when Pain Academy, even if they slowed down a little bit, when they got the ball moving once again, they'd call these timeouts, and it just felt like they were able to land that next piece of the puzzle that could elevate them back on top and stay a couple steps ahead of Game Hunters.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I haven't even mentioned Marks. I think he had some nice flicks there, here and there.
Yeah.
Would like to see a little bit more from him as well. I think there's always going to be this hunt for a new Brazilian opper, and we're still trying to figure out who that next Brazilian opper will be. But this guy is starting his roots out in the Brazilian scene on this academy team as well. So again, very excited to see the development of this team, and we can take a look at those standings as well as the day has come to an end with the Game Hunters and Bounty Hunters FE dropping to that 0-2 bracket alongside Velox and Nitro, who will not be playing. So
kaboom.
Kaboom, indeed. And 1-1 group does look pretty solid. Also showing some good work earlier on today. Pain Academy not too bad, and Floripa Stars and ECL team as well, also in that category.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I've been really impressed. I feel like things may be going about as I expected. I honestly thought, you know, Game Hunters could potentially get over the hurdle of, you know, the difficulties that they have been facing throughout 2025. You know, a lot of, you know, tough defeats here, a lot of one-sided victories here and there. You know, ECL season has not treated them kindly, into a couple of Swiss stages that have not treated them kindly. But they're still in need of some soul searching here. I'm still looking towards this roster to kind of identify, you know, who exactly is going to be those like star pieces as well. Like who's the lead firepower in this team? You know, question marks around that. How's the opping going to look long term? I think Melo's had, you know, plenty of chances in that department, but, you know, does he oftentimes have the best connection rate there? I just don't think so. And so, you know, obviously they're in a scary position. 0-2 is not where you want to find yourself in the Swiss stage, but obviously still opportunities to bounce back. That's the beauty of a Swiss stage there. So excellent night of Counter-Strike here, but that is all that we have here for the South American CS on the day. Of course, if you want to tune into some more action here, we'll be back tomorrow with some more CCT in South America. So make sure to leave a follow in the stream on behalf of myself, of course, Paladin alongside me in the production room out back working hard today. We're going to wish you all a wonderful rest of your night. We'll see you tomorrow.